So
We haven't seen you, have we?
Lawrence, where have you been?
oh well, we're having like all of this.
Yeah, okay.
I haven't been to Takanini yet.
Oh.
I used to live in Takanini
Where?
on Tirangi Drive, right by Omston, before that all got developed.
And that used to be my electric, Lawrence.
Takanini? No,
Almost area.
Omston.
Aye.
Well, Judith, our Prime Minister's getting it. No.
So it's gone from me to Judith to the Prime Minister. Ginny's turned up.
Oh, you've got a lot of Labor MPs.
Yeah.
No. Right.
Yeah.
Where are you? Go on, quick, sit down, Beck.
Hello.
Get it right, you know. I don't want to be rude, but she's a permanent, she's our senior permanent.
Right, Mr. Kibblewhite, we are on very strict time frame. You know, we've got a structured agenda. We try to roughly keep to it. Apparently, you've got 6 minutes, no more, which is expensive. But anyway, welcome to you and your team. I'll let you introduce everyone, but the floor is yours.
Kia ora, ena mana o te mema o te paramata, kua whakaroi ke mai nei tēnā koutou. Kia ora tātou katoa. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me very quickly just introduce some of my team. I've got quite a full group here, but I'll just only name those who I'm pretty confident will get called upon to support me over the next couple of hours. On my left, you won't have met Victoria Davey in this committee before. She's our new DepSec Aotea Arangi strategy. Andy Fulbrook, our CFO, is an old friend of this group. Over here we have Ryan Orange, who runs the sector directorate in Bex Parish, who will talk about numbers if you have a detailed question on numbers. And these three attractive looking people here. Dr. Kelvin Watson, who's our DepSec corporate. Carl Crafer, who is the Chief Operating Officer, and Victoria McLaughlin, who's the DepSec for the Digital Transformation Pioreca program. And there are others here who I will introduce if I need to. Caroline Graney, our DepSec policy, apologises. She'll be a little bit late, but she's rushing back. And I thank the committee. I think you indulged us in changing the agenda so that she could attend her daughter's prize giving.
Just administratively wise, if you need to come up, don't just wait. Come up and talk to the microphone. Just let's not have that show of standing back. Just come up seamlessly, right? Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I think, Mr. Chair, my 6 minutes probably starts now.
No, my reckon you've had 43 seconds.
Look, thank you for this opportunity. Obviously, we look forward to it all year. At the Ministry of Justice, our
You said
purpose...
that with such
Yeah, no sarcasm.
So sincerely.
Our purpose is to strengthen people's trust in the law, and this does guide what we do every day. This year, we refreshed our statement of intent to provide a clearer view of our longer-term outcomes and priorities for the next 4 years to ensure alignment with changing government priorities and outline specific activities to achieve those outcomes and priorities. Our updated statement of intent identifies 3 outcomes we believe define a just society from our perspective. Firstly, trusted and legitimate, where people believe in the fairness and independence of the law. Secondly, a justice system that is accessible and effective, where justice isn't delayed and where everyone, regardless of means, can participate meaningfully. And thirdly, a safe and prosperous society, where people feel secure and the law supports both social cohesion and economic confidence. Overall, these key strategic objectives remain consistent with what we've been working towards over the past 5 years, and they're not abstract ideas. We want them to be lived realities for all New Zealanders. We've had a really busy year in the ministry, supporting the government's focus on the justice system and law and order, noting its recent announcement that it is tracking well ahead of the victims of violent crime target, reducing that. We're also working hard to improve timeliness in the courts and improve our digital and physical infrastructure, and I'm sure we'll talk more about that this afternoon. And obviously, we are managing in a constrained fiscal environment, and that does colour quite a lot of our world. Alongside our justice partners and the judiciary, we are tackling court backlogs, recognising the real effect that these have on victims, defendants, and other parties. The national backlog of criminal cases in the district court has fallen by 27% since February 24, which is the equivalent of around 2,200 cases. Active coronial cases have decreased by 19% in the year to October, from 5,500 to 4,500 cases. In the Disputes Tribunal, an extra 1,200 were completed in the 12 months to October compared to the previous year. These examples show we can make progress on delays and backlogs. It's felt like an intractable challenge at times, but we're really, I think, demonstrating that we can get some traction in it. But none of it is achieved in isolation. It's a testament to the collective will of everyone involved. We've also ramped up our fines and reparations collection effort. In 24-25, $223 million was collected. That's $50 million more than in 2022-23. And as a result of that, outstanding reparation money owed to victims has dropped from 111.8 million in the year to June 24 to 104.6 million this year. Our policy team has been incredibly busy. We've supported the government with sentencing reform, reinstated the 3 strikes regime. We worked on coward punch offending, introduced a new stalking offence. Measures to tackle retail crime have been progressed following advice from the Ministerial Advisory Group for Victims of Retail Crime. On cybercrime, we've worked to ensure New Zealand meets the requirements of the Budapest Convention, and we're currently leading an overhaul of the country's anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism system. 2 phases, excuse me, of the government's firearms reform program have been delivered. Improvements to firearms prohibition orders and rule changes for shooting clubs and ranges. Work is advancing on the Arms Act rewrite, and we're helping to move the Firearms Safety Authority to a new independent regulatory agency. In the civil and family law space, we have ensured small, straightforward estates can be distributed without needing High Court approval for probate. We've strengthened the family court's ability to address litigation abuse, and we've supported the government to pass urgent legislation temporarily suspending unsafe overseas adoptions. We supported this committee's consideration of the Treaty Principles Bill, including analysis of an unprecedented volume of public submissions, and we've developed options to improve electoral system operations. On the infrastructure front, we're tackling long-standing issues with both our digital and physical infrastructure. We're replacing the court's paper-based system with a digital case management system, Te Oreka, and we're currently in the middle or nearing the end of the build phase for the family court. And there's an extensive property work program underway with several major rebuilds and other significant projects. We've just finished consulting and are about to finalise our latest long-term insights briefing. Our topic is the future operation of the courts and justice services. It would be good to have an opportunity to discuss that with this committee in the new year if you desire that. Clearly, we're just one part of the justice sector. We work alongside the other justice sector agencies, Police, Corrections, Crown Law, Serious Fraud Office and Oranga Tamariki. We understand our interdependencies on timeliness, the victim experience and our infrastructure. I'm really appreciative of the sense of shared endeavour that we have with those other agencies. I would want to put on the record, I'm incredibly proud of the work of all our staff, our kaimahi. This past year, we have achieved much under a tight fiscal situation. I acknowledge our ministers, I acknowledge the judiciary for their leadership and support, and of course I acknowledge this committee for the conversations that we have on a regular basis.
What a wonderful thing.
I'm in your hands, Mr. Chair.
Right, I have got Mr. Todd Stevens.
Thanks. We're into the audit findings section of the structured agenda, and I'm just referring to the letter from the audit office to your ministers, which is great. And look, I know you've got a very complex department. You seem to be stuck in the good zone though on the 3 audits, but you can give me some comments on that in a minute. But one thing I did want to ask, obviously, I think in both this audit and maybe subsequent audits, there has been some comments around your IT control environment and your procurement processes. So keen just for you to give a bit more the committee a bit more insight into how you have been addressing some of those issues, because I think that they've been raised a few times, and obviously you've made progress, but maybe more to do.
Yeah. Certainly, it might be worth Dr. Watson joining us at the table for some of this. Look, in both of those spaces, in the digital space, to be honest, I think we have been working through a legacy of underinvestment. That underinvestment had meant that a lot of our systems were out of service, that they didn't fit or work well together. And this is something that, to be honest, has occurred probably over the last 15 years. We've done a lot of work, a very active program to try and bring that up to speed. In 2022, we had a budget that recognised some of that deficit, and that helped us get ahead. So we are progressively going through and making sure that we both replace or close down some old systems, some legacy systems, that we ensure others are well supported. Across the top of that, we've obviously got Te Aureka, the digital case management system, come in, and that will be a complete game changer for us in the courts. And so we're looking forward to that. Procurement, I might actually get Kelvin to talk a little bit about what we've done in the procurement space. In particular, we have, it's one of the areas where we've been using AI to get a better sense of just the state of our contracts and where they're at. And I thought, Kelvin, you might want to make any other comments about digital as well, but you might want to talk about some of that work in procurement.
Sure. So in the procurement space, we don't have a fully end-to-end contract management system to enable us to manage contracts in a very good sense. But we do have a contract database where we capture all our contracts. And what we've been doing more recently is using lots of AI agents to help us basically bring together all of the documentation that we've got. So if we've got a contract, it's been a long-standing contract and a series of variations, what the AI agents will help us do is actually go through all of those documents and then tell us what's the set of current contract clauses for that contract, taking all the variations. So we've got a number of things that we're doing that are helping us to make sure that we're robust in our commercial services practices while not having a fully end-to-end contract management system.
And just a quick couple of stops then, and obviously we're going to talk about Te Aureka a little later, that's obviously a big project, but just so we get a sense, I mean, how many other kind of technology systems is the ministry managing? You must have many. I mean,
I'd need to come back to the committee, the exact numbers, but I think we record something around 60 or 70 what we call critical systems.
Yeah.
Just like our case management system, our finance system, payroll system, that sort of thing. So there's about 70 odd that we would consider critical. And then there's a further, it's in the hundreds in terms of just various systems that we have that support the overall management of the ministry's activities. And so what we do is we have particular focus on those 60 or 70 critical systems in terms of the certification, accreditation, those making sure security and privacy settings are robust. We've still got work to do in that space, so they're not fully all certified and accredited, and we've got remediations even on those critical ones. But we've continued to improve year on year. We're seeing improved assurance around all of those critical systems.
just one final one, just around procurement, or two parts to it. Yeah, one, are you looking at an end-to-end contract management system, or do you think that this AI technology you're kind of putting over the top is going to be enough? And again, what kind of insights is that giving you, and how are you acting on them, I suppose?
Yeah, so it's probably two parts. So in terms of our we would like to get all of our systems too. We'd love to have a contract management system. We'd love to move to full procure to pay process and system integration of that. But that has to be prioritised against everything else that we're doing in the ministry, all of the other technology challenges that we have. And actually, we're reasonably comfortable at this stage. While we'd like to do those things, that actually the things we are focused on are things like how we manage our legal aid debt, obviously the Te Aureka program, that those need to be the priorities, and we've got the priorities right. And so what our focus has been on is the absence of kind of those, I guess, best practice systems in that commercial space, procurement space is making sure that we're putting in the processes that enable us to be assured that even without a contract management system, we're okay and we've got the right checks and balances in place. I gave one example of how we're using AI. There's actually a number of ways in which we're using AI, even through some of our procurement process, our contract management process. And so that is giving us what the AI is doing effectively is it's doing a lot of the manual work. And so our procurement team are actually able to spend more time on the value adding activities, which is if the AI can do that manual stuff around what actually is the most up-to-date version of a contract, then they're using that to then add value in terms of what's the contract saying, how do we work with the supplier and sort of.
Thank you. Okay, now we're meant to be moving into justice outcomes for Māori, but Dr. Sunan, you got a question?
Just outcomes for Māori.
You've got an old.
Justice. Oh, we have a structure.
New agenda. New structure.
Structure.
Okay, no, I'm okay.
Do you
I
want
had
to talk
some-
about the
Yeah,
audit?
no, we don't
Talk
want.
about the audit?
No, we'll go with this order. Thank you.
All right. So,
I have questions later then.
okay. Who's up for a
I
question?
can certainly ask.
Right, Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
I'm just actually interested in a really global question, which I've always kind of struggled to understand, because you've got a number of programs in place across the organisation which seek to address issues with Māori in the justice system. But I'm not quite sure how we know when we are succeeding, and certainly when we have succeeded. So can you just talk about what measures would be in place to say we are on track? And I know it's aspirational, but how would we know when we've arrived?
Look, that's I think a really good question, because it helps us locate back in the statement of intent, back in the outcomes that we've got and where our purpose sits. So our purpose statement says we want to strengthen people's trust in the law. We monitor, and we've put into the crime and victim survey now questions that specifically address what is the levels of trust in the law, and we can break that down by different groups, including by Māori and others. So we can, and we know that there's a gap there, that Māori levels of trust in the justice system are lower than non-Māori. So there's a metric that we can manage there. We have 6 priority areas, that we have set for ourselves. One of them is reducing disproportionality of Māori in the court system, and we've particularly decided to track that at the number of Māori appearing who are coming into court. And I think
Coming for the first time, do you mean?
beg pardon?
Coming to court for the first time?
Oh no, not for
Generally.
the first time. However often they come to court, because actually that's helpful, because it picks up where there is reoffending and the like, which I think is also part of the dynamic here and part of what you need to solve to get on top of some of these issues. So I think those numbers, we know that for the general population of Māori is about 17 or 18%. I think the offending levels or first appearance in court is 41% for
Yeah.
Māori. So we can and do and are quite active in tracking some of those things there.
And the other one that you haven't mentioned, which you might want to come back to, is Māori victims, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And are those numbers tracking positively, or are they? My understanding was they're pretty static.
They are pretty static in the court space. Some of the absolute numbers are coming down, but because numbers of Category 2 cases coming into the courts are going down, that trend is actually what's happening. There's a story in here about the workload of the court. There are more Category 3 cases coming in, which is a lot more intense. Overall numbers of people coming into court are just dropping slightly, and that's because the Category 2 numbers are going down. Māori is going down, but so are the rest. And you're right, that we're not making any particular ground on the question of disproportionality.
So how are you responding to the fact that you're not making progress?
Well, so we have a range of projects in the space. Measuring is really important and keeping it to the forefront. There are a number of particular programs, some of them which are not just oriented at Māori.
I've had a look at the programs, and you're right, there's plenty in strategies and so on, but most of them appear to have been in place for quite some time. I can't, and you might be able to inform me, I can't see any new programs or programs which are taking a new approach. And given that we've got a static situation, the question is, what are we doing differently that's going to move the needle in the right direction?
Well, the first comment I'd make on that is, what we see in the court system is the back end of a big system of often disadvantage and the like. So we're always going to be a bit of a receiver. There are levers that we can pull in the court system and in the justice system.
Funnily enough, corrections said exactly the same thing.
Well, they're even further down the line.
Well, I know,
than we are.
you see the point, right, that if we have a justice cluster for a reason, but anyway.
No, but I would put all of us in the justice cluster. And I mean, I think there's absolutely levers, and I'll talk about a few of the things that we're working on there. But we're also a product of broader socio-economic, of things that are happening in the benefit system or the education system or other sorts of things. So I'm not in any way absolving us from the responsibility to tackle this. I'm just saying, to some extent, I wouldn't set a very specific target for us in some of these numbers for Māori, because there are so many things well beyond our control. I track it and keep asking the question whether we're doing enough. As to your question about whether we are doing things that are new and that we can see a change on, to measure these sorts of outcomes takes quite a long time. So there's actually, over the last 3 or 4 years, there has been a lot of new activity in this space. There's the young adults list courts. There is Te Ao Marama, which is, neither of these are just oriented towards Māori, but because there are a lot of Māori in the population in the courts, they have a big part of the impact there. But Te Ao Marama is about making the court experience. It's more likely to bring a therapeutic angle. It's more likely to offer solutions. The young adults list courts are about recognising the needs of individuals. We're running a couple of programs.
So is your response, because I've read the documents and you've got a number of other programs as well. Are you essentially saying these programs are long-term programs and it's simply too early to tell?
On some of those, we have some indications, but Bex might want to come up and talk about some of this. But if you're talking about reoffending, you're talking reoffending in 1 year, reoffending in 2 years. If by the time you launch something, you're immediately in sort of 3 years before you're really going to have a clear sense of whether something like that's happened.
It's dangerous we get into a 10-year change cycle, right? Something not working has been in place for 10 years before you revisit it. It's not very nimble.
Well, I think there's a question of being nimble, and there's a question of just how long some things take.
Okay, I'm going to, oh, sorry, you go. Sorry.
I was just going to speak to the members' question a little bit. So we have been doing this year a number of outcomes reviews, looking at particular therapeutic courts to understand what some of the outcomes related to sentencing, reoffending, timeliness, etc. That's still, in a relatively infant space, but we've been able to see, particularly for the rangatahi courts, that those rangatahi that go through those courts, 75% of them will complete their family group plan and be discharged without conviction. And that's in comparison to those that go through the normal youth court at a rate of 60%. So in terms of reducing disproportionality of conviction, we are seeing some success in that space. In terms of Te Ao Marama, it's really only being rolled out in a full implementation state at the moment, but we've put a lot of effort into establishing the base measures and also setting up ways that we can track and monitor progress ahead of being able to give you a very clear understanding of the longer term impacts of that. And so there's both a monitoring framework and an evaluation framework that sits behind that. But in reality, when someone goes through the court system, that in itself takes some time, especially if you're taking a therapeutic approach, then they will have to have at least 18 months out the other side before we would even be able to start to look at the sort of reoffending rate. So for a lot of the stuff, it's very...
I've got a couple of steps. Right, so Ms. Walters, and I'm going to Rema, and then I'm going to New York.
Thank you, Mr.
Mine's also kind of...
Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary, and to your staff across the country. I suppose there's an attached question of whether the performance measures themselves are sufficient. So I note that in relation to legal aid, for example, the performance measure appears to be the number of legal aid cases that are granted or cases that are granted legal aid, as opposed to looking at quality, resolution, and response. And so is there an effort to look at the measures themselves and whether there ought to be additional measures?
We have a huge number of measures that we track and that we look at across all parts of our business, and we're forever pressurising Bex and her team to take some new takes on the material so we can understand it better. In legal aid, there's a lot of different things that go on there. We have measurements. I mean, Carl may want to come up and speak to this, but we have measures around that go to the processing of approvals, to the payments, the numbers of reapplications and the like. They don't specifically go to the quality of the legal advice, because it's a different bit of the ballpark than we're really able to do much about. But I think in terms of the measures, we're always looking at how we can sharpen up our measures and stay on top of things.
Yeah, we've got legal aid coming up at 2:50. I want to go back to Remo. We're just talking about Māori's stuff.
I just want to confirm, hello, thank you for coming in again. I just want to confirm that Māori victimisation, as mentioned in the report on page 25, has gone down from 39% in 2018 to 34% in 2024. Yep, still slow, but it's trending down, which is a positive.
It is.
Yeah, just
It is.
confirming that, yep.
Yeah. No, thank you for noting that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm coming back to Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Well, thank you very much. I was looking at some data recently that showed an increase of particularly around prosecutions for personal use of cannabis was really had gone up over the past sort of 12, 18 months, and that Māori were really disproportionately affected in those statistics. And it was a bit of a jump from what we'd seen in the past. I'm really interested to understand from a justice perspective why you see an increase in those prosecutions in that particular area, and furthermore, whether you think there's any systemic bias that's causing Māori to be disproportionately represented.
I think it's a really interesting question, and my answer will be one of examining possibility, because I don't think we fully understand the reasons behind that. But in some of the changes that have come through in recent legislation, there has been an extension of the ability for searches. Certainly the gang patches increased the number of searches, and I think there are other instances where the police have more search powers than they did. I mean, and it's a hypothesis rather than something I can put my hand on heart and say, is that it's quite likely that because there are more searches happening now, there will likely be more drugs found, and that has seen an increase in the possession charges for both cannabis and methamphetamine.
Mm. Do you have a view like that has been systemically one that has been disproportionately represented by Māori? One of the views is that if there's another crime that's potentially been committed and a person is suspected of committing that crime, they're turned over and found a small amount of cannabis and held on that basis until further work is done to understand whether the secondary offences are able to be prosecuted or not. So cannabis can be used as a purpose of holding somebody for further investigation. Are you aware of that practice occurring?
I'm not aware of that practice. You'd have to ask police about that. I wouldn't be able to offer any insight on that.
The change to the Misuse of Drugs Act that was, I think, in 2019, that actually asked for there to be a presumption of a personal use for a referral to a health or a treatment service as opposed to prosecution. Why do you think we've moved away from a health-based response for personal uses of low levels of cannabis?
Again, you're really talking about decisions that often police will be making, and you'd have to address that question to police. I don't have a perspective to offer on that one.
But as a cluster, with a focus on reducing disproportionate representation of Māori within our justice system, do you not have an eye over some areas that are changing?
We absolutely could get to that question. To be honest, some of this, the impact or the increase in the number of drugs charges it's become part of the conversations I'm having only quite recently. But I think some of the work we're doing would absolutely ask the question about what's driving that. And if we understand what's driving that, that would lead to a justice sector conversation. But we haven't had that sort of conversation at this point.
And you have no kind of theory or view as to, you just think it might be the changes to some of the gang stuff. That was only a short time ago. That's quite a short.
But, well, true, but that's, I'd want to test that harder, and it's a worthwhile piece of work to do.
Okay, you've got something?
Yes, just a few questions on some of the stuff that you already mentioned. I think the first one is around Te Ao Marama, and we know that Te Ao Marama has been paused in terms of some of the additional ones, while the current ones are under review. But you also mentioned that some of that will take a long time review. When do we expect there to be a result on the evaluation Te Ao Marama? And that way there is then a confidence from you to say to the minister that this is a good program, we should continue funding it.
Well, we're doing, I'll get Beck's comment a little bit further. We are already doing, the evaluation is underway, but it's quite early days. And clearly, we haven't stopped with Te Ao Marama. We are working through the 8 sites.
But the new ones have been.
The new ones,
Yeah.
Ministers have made it clear that we need to go back with a proper evaluation.
Yep.
And then have a judgment made. But we will start to get some indications next year, but it will actually, to fully understand it, will be between now and probably the next 3 or 4 years.
So are we saying that there won't be any new, except the existing 8, there won't be any new one potentially happening because you won't finish your evaluation?
No, I don't think that necessarily follows. I think at the moment we're not in a position at this point.
Okay.
I'm not making a proposal at this point to try and get an increase, but by the time we've seen the early results in 26, if we're really confident in them, that may mean that there's an opportunity in the 27 budget, for example. So I don't think we have to wait till the end.
Okay.
But the evaluation will take place over several years.
Good to know. Just the second line of question is around what Duncan was mentioning.
It's actually your third, but.
Oh, yes. Quite a few. I've got quite a few. In terms of what Duncan's mentioning, that one of the key targets, and this is what we're hearing from OPCAT as well, is around the reduction of Māori in the justice system, not just in terms of the early answer, but also in terms of remand and also in terms of the court system. Has that number changed or varied? Because I can't actually see a response on that.
I think what we...
So I can speak to that. So yes, we do track all of those, the disproportionality at all stages through the process. And in terms of remand, there has been a decrease in the number of people on remand at the moment, and the remand rate overall has decreased.
And the proportion of Māori?
The proportion of Māori on remand, I'll just check if I've got that.
Has that increased or decreased?
No.
I think that's increased from memory.
Yeah, sorry.
So, okay.
Oh, the number, so in terms of the proportion on remand, it was about 55. Because the number overall has come down in remand in comparison to the sentence for both non-Māori and Māori, it has reduced slightly in the last few months.
So, but then someone just said that the percentage has increased.
I think the proportion
has
has
increased.
The number,
The overall number will have gone down, but the overall number of remand has gone down, but the proportion.
so
Within that.
the total number on,
it's about
the
the same.
proportion on remand
okay.
and it was 43% a year ago, is now 40%. I don't have the number specifically for Māori at the moment, but
And just on terms of the data that Rima quoted, around 34%, and there's a decrease in terms of victims who are Māori, which is really good to see. But do you do any sort of any granular investigation on that number? How many of that, for example, any changes to victims who were also previously have been in remand or have been convicted?
I don't think we do that particular connection. We do some granularity there. We look at various intersectional issues, but I don't think we...
no, so the information about victims of, it comes from the New Zealand Crime and Victims Survey, and so it's a whole sample survey that looks at the population. But why we've seen that proportion come down is largely driven by a reducing number of burglaries that have been occurring.
Because the reason I'm asking that particular question is I also wanted to know in terms of if you want to address some of the, the vicious cycle within what we're seeing, particularly when it comes to Māori justice, that it would be good to know if, how many of the victims are perpetrators and perpetrators are victims and some of that.
Okay, well, why don't we
That'd be
ask,
good.
why don't you try and do it on the.
I think if I'd answer that question, it would actually be in the broader context of social investment, because what we are doing, and including with the Social Investment Agency, is understanding the various drivers of behaviour. So one of the target populations that the Social Investment Agency is working on now, which they've announced, is for children who have a parent in custody.
Yep.
So that is enabling, that's because of the basically using the IDI, you can see a number of those connections and using that strong evidence base to work out where interventions
Okay.
might
And
be.
final question on.
Last one.
Okay. One of the we can talk about this later as well when it comes to, access to justice. But one of the things we're seeing is now Section 27 report is no longer being funded through legal aid. And, but then we also know that, Māori do access legal aid and etc. How has that affected the cost to the system in terms of access to, well, I guess access, but particularly around Section 27 report and what can be used in terms as a substitute, and also in terms of how that led to maybe court delays?
We don't think it is. I don't think we have evidence that it's led to court delays. It's obviously, it was running, I think, in the order of $7 million beforehand, and clearly that legal aid cost has gone down. There has been an increase in some of the costs of reports, other sorts of reports that are being generated. And I don't have the numbers, but it's kind of $1 to $2 million increase that we've seen elsewhere. Corrections is doing more work in relation to their PAC report. So the system is adapting to make sure that the information that the court needs before them can be gathered in other ways.
Right, we've got a supplementary from.
Yeah, and this kind of picks up, because I think what we're seeing here is actually maybe there's more information we need. And again, I'm referring back to the audit letter here. And it actually says in one of the comments that some of the key outcome reporting areas needs more comprehensive and meaningful reporting. And they actually use justice outcomes for Māori as one. Yeah, have you given, and again, if I look at your annual report, there's a little bit, but there's not that much. Have you given more thought to what you could actually be trying to demonstrate, how you're delivering this key outcome?
We have.
Yeah.
My colleague Victoria Davey to talk to this as well. What I would say, it's a very big topic.
Yes.
In order to get traction on it and to get deeper understanding, we are trying to focus down on the areas where disproportionality is greatest. And so we are taking forward a particular work program on Māori women, wahine Māori, and young Māori, rangatahi Māori. And that is very much based on where we see the greatest need. So if you look at people entering the courts, whilst Māori enter the courts at 42%, compared with a population level of about 17%, wahine Māori is at 49%, and rangatahi Māori is at 56%. So Victoria, I don't know if you wanted to talk any more about that work program.
Happy to. So as part of the work analysis that the Sector Insights team had done in sort of the 24-25 year, they were starting to look at disproportionality. So it is actually a shift for us from our previous measure, which was looking more broadly at improving outcomes for Māori. And the analysis that we've undertaken helps us to really focus in on areas of investment. So looking at disproportionality through the system, as people track through the system, is the beginning of us developing measures to focus in on areas for investment, further investigation and investment. Two of the cohorts that we've identified through that work is wahine Māori and rangatahi Māori. We know that for them disproportionality is most acute, and so the work that we're undertaking at the moment is to further understand that. It aligns really well from a sector perspective as well for corrections and police, where we are lining up our efforts to identify what are some of the challenges that are happening in the system, in the justice system, and how we might be able to meaningfully invest in, investigate, analyse what's going on there. And it's not just with our justice sector partners, it's also with the judiciary. So we all play a role in piecing together this picture and understanding disproportionality. So I think we are on that journey. The refresh of our strategy this year and the focus, the new priority goal is a testament to that increased focus. And I anticipate that over the coming year, the work that we will continue to do will help us to more meaningfully target initiatives in priority areas.
So we should expect to see that in the next, maybe in the next annual report. That's question one. And then two, and I'm assuming, but just let's get on the record, are you then also, as you're doing this work and thinking about the measures, working with the Office of the Auditor General to test that and make sure that is the kind of level of detail that they think would be required?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, our team that puts together the statement of intent has been working on that.
Good, just to get that on the record.
And we meet with them. I meet with them quarterly.
Yeah,
Well, you'll be on the rack next year.
good. Just,
Right, now let's be radical and start talking about digital case management.
oh,
Dr. Sunan.
Thank you. I will start us off with some numbers, which is my favorite game. So in the 2024 to 2025 appropriation that we saw in the budget in vote court, the allocation to Te Areka was $2.8 million. In Appendix 3 of what we got back of contracts that are that did not go through a competitive procurement process, the software licensing for Te Areka program is $11 million. There's nothing in the supplementary budget for 2024-2025 as well for Te Areka. Why is there, what is the reason behind that significant blowout from $2.8 million to $11 million?
That, but I will ask Andy to probably describe around the.
Yeah, I was very disappointed he didn't get a question.
Yeah.
Come on up.
But you sat up there and not one person threw a numbers question.
So I feel like
It's outrageous.
One for you.
Should make him sit there for the rest of the day.
That's right. Yeah, politicians not very good with numbers.
So in vote court 2024-2025, the allocation to Te Areka that I can see is $2.888 million. In 2023-2024, it was 4.5. So potentially the $11 million that we see here in Appendix 3 could be cumulative. I don't know, maybe is helpful, but this specifically says 2024 to 2025 in terms of non-competitive procurement. I'm also double check the supplementary budget for 2024-2025, and there's nothing in there for Te Areka.
Okay, hopefully you can get that question.
Can you see why did
Do
you
you know
get, why
why?
you get from 2.888 to 11.
So during the 24-25 year, we would have received some initial money, seed money to do Te Areka, which was just been the planning.
Yeah.
We went to government in February this year and March this year and drew down operational money for implementation and some out years cost of licenses for the first phase that we're working on, which is the family course. So you will see in those increases, you will see those dollars that we've been given. Now, some of that money is obviously for implementation, and then in some of that money also will be starting the licenses. We've had to take on the Microsoft licenses and things like that. And we've got that. We've signed those contracts for a long period of time.
So what you're saying here is the software licenses for Te Areka program, the $11 million is for both the licensing and implementation of the tool.
If that says licenses, then that will just be for the license.
So $11 million just for the licenses.
But
It doesn't cover.
That will be over a period of time. But we've drawn down. So that will be a longer term of license.
How long is this license then for the $11 million?
Well, I believe we've signed up licensing for about 7 years. 7 years.
5 years.
Yeah. But I haven't got the details of the exact details of that conversation.
Would you be able to provide us with some
I'm sure we
details?
can, yeah.
Thank you.
I think it's,
Okay, are you done?
thank you.
And very well done.
I just,
Now we're on to talk.
away from the numbers, off to the colours now. So you got a red rating, right?
Phonics, we're on to
In
phonics.
terms of its delivery, and I've had a look at some documents, including a briefing to the Minister of 25 September. I guess one thing I'm just interested in is a really quick question is you've had a Treasury Gateway review, which says you might deliver. I think uses the word probable. Can we see a copy of that? I know that, yep, good, okay.
I would note that.
The other thing is there's a whole lot of steps in place, and I'm glad to see that you've got more than one critical friend, us being the other one. What's the critical friend system you've got going on?
Okay, so we have a independent advisor who sits in our governance group. He is actually leading a very similar program over in the Victorian justice system, so in the courts there. They are actually ahead of us in their program, so they've done their first phase, they're in the middle of their second phase. So he provides us both advice on the committee and also insights from their own program. And as we were unpacking our what's called our go to green plan, so taking a program from red back into that green status, we ran sessions with him where he got to see what our approaches were and our plans were, and he virtually interrogated them.
So who's your independent advisor?
So it's a man called Adam Tom Hutter he's from the Victorian courts.
Oh, it's from the
Yeah, so he's
Victorian
actually
Court.
leading, he's my counterpart over
Oh,
there.
okay. And is this the steering committee? Is this the?
Yeah, he's part of our governance group.
We also have Colin McDonald as the independent chair of that steering committee. as
Colin
well.
McDonald's the independent chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was.
Is.
Is. Now, you've got a technical quality assurance program underway, and another one I'll come to. Is the technical quality assurance done?
Yes.
And what's the outcome of that?
So that was positive. It's had positive findings about the quality of the build. So that looks at virtually the underlying infrastructure and how the solution is being built. And it was very positive about it. We also had an independent review of the underlying code done by Microsoft.
Yes,
And that also spoke positively about the quality of the build.
So far I've got no problems. It's great. So the other process is, I think, an independent quality assurance review, IQA review. Has that been completed?
Yes, so that has also been completed.
And what's the process? What's the outcome of that?
So that one is also, so that looks at the program, the whole program infrastructure.
Yeah.
And that has said, yes, the program has, as you stated, has been in red, and the sort of right actions are now in place to start to bring the program back into green. It recognised, though, that the complexity of a program of this nature is not unusual for this type of transformation and the types of issues that we've been working through. It also acknowledged the quality of the build, but that this is more complex than we originally thought, and that is what's driving our schedule risk.
So the sort of red-orange problem is simply this is really
Complex.
complicated.
Yeah.
I might put a take across.
Because it's quite unusual, right? That because we knew it was going to be complicated. You'd be
Yeah.
We knew it was going to be complicated. The IQA experts that did it were very clear that projects of this always find complexities that you didn't necessarily identify at the beginning. My summary of the IQA, so we've had a lot of critical friends. I mean, you've gone through them, and I would add ministers and others to that, and the GCDO, and so we've been very open with other agencies. But the summary, I think, of where we are now is we're coming towards the end of the build of the first phase in the family court. We had hoped that that would be concluding by Christmas. It will now be early in the new year that we conclude that build. That then has some flow-on impacts in terms of the testing and the training. The IQA has said your technology is really sound. We've run some tests with court staff, with members of the profession, judiciary, and they are finding the technology really intuitively good. So every time we do some testing, we're getting a really positive and excited response. But the IQA, and this is something not just for Victoria, but for my whole leadership team, is recognising that this is such a big change that all of what Carl's people do, all of what Kelvin's people do, right across the organisation, even Bex here, who has to rely on the numbers for reporting, for us to keep the system moving, all of those things have got to be integrated together in the implementation. And we have to do more work to make sure that we're getting that integration bit right. So that's the bit that we're really focusing on in the go to
I've
green.
heard that technically it seems to be okay. You know, you've had the Microsoft review and you. So is it really the amount of data you're wanting to effectively draw out of it. And I guess, or is another problem, the human interface, the uptake by members of the profession. And I see, so I did go on your little website and had to play, the public, right? And also the judiciary. Is there risks there?
The point is less about any one of those and more about all of them together.
Yeah.
Because I think in each of those areas, we see issues and we're working them through. The judicial interface is a really important one because this will really drive behaviours when the judiciary are using it. So we're working with the judiciary about making sure that we meet their needs, that public interface is important, but so are all the interfaces within the ministry. So the issue is not, there's complexity in all of those areas. The challenge that we're really gripping up as a whole leadership team is about how we actually we move it all together in an integrated way, recognising that we'll actually have to run two systems for quite a long time because we'll have files that are on the old CMS system as well as files that are on the new system.
And lastly, in terms of costs, it's clear from the documentation that costs are increasing. I'd be interested to know if it appears you think at the moment you can do that out of baseline or existing funding. To what degree are costs increasing? Have we got a 25% uplift or?
No, so that is referencing the detailed business case. So that was prior to procurement. So since from that business case to now, the cost has gone up 15%. So once we've gone to market, we found out that yes, the solution from a whole of life perspective, so not a program perspective, but the whole has gone up 15%. But of that 15%, 80% is actually related to financial contingency. So not directly.
Just to be clear, you've gone to market and got a price. You haven't had an increase in price from contract price.
No, it's not about that. It's about it was much more higher than we thought. There are increased costs in various areas, but it's a 15% from the detail.
Is it a fixed price for delivery or is it?
It's a mix.
It's a mix.
Yeah, and we have always said we will come back after every time we do a scope, what's called scope and define phase. So we've done more of the detailed design.
Yeah.
We then go into a fixed price at that point.
And you're not getting scared off by those?
No.
I would actually just pay credit to Victoria here. I think she runs a really tight ship. And so whilst we've got some delay that we've talked about, at the moment we are tracking the finances in a way that is
Right,
still.
I'm going to take a
within
step
comfort.
over here and then we're going to move to victims.
Oh, I mean, you touched on it now, but let's just be clear. What is the latest timeline now for the rollout of the different phases as of today?
As of today.
Yeah.
As of today, the latest timeline is we will tell you in March.
Right.
Because
No, that's okay.
but we would we would expect it. It's months. It's a few months. The original intent was that we would start the implementation in July next year. It will be some months later than that. Exactly how many months I have a view, but I'd get a kick from Victoria if I committed to that because we're still working it through. But it'll be
Not
some
just
months.
Victoria.
And I mean, as per the annual report, will it still be staged in the same
It
way?
will be, yeah.
It's just that the timelines could be different.
Look, overall, we're keeping the pressure on the timelines. This is a really important thing. It actually will feed into a whole lot of the other changes that we're needing to make in the court system. So there's a huge amount of impatience to get it in place, but there's a huge commitment to making sure we get it right. And that means if it takes a little bit longer, it takes a little bit longer, but we're managing the finances well.
And maybe can you just one last one, if you indulge me, Mr. Chair, just because you did touch on it, but I think it's worth elaborating a little bit more. Obviously, been testing some of this with the stakeholders, and we've got the legal profession. It may be Dr. Webb is going to be needing to use this system in the not distant future, so that's why I was asking. But you've also got judiciary, court staff. Briefly, but I want to understand what has their experience been using the system and what refinements have you made actually with them testing?
Yeah, so we have been doing what's called mini end-to-end testing, and that has actually been taking the product as it's been built out into our registries. We did one in Wellington, did another one in Christchurch, and about to take it to Tauranga. And that has been tested by people in the registry alongside our professional testers. We've had really positive feedback. There's been tweaks because of that feedback, but actually hasn't come back with any major issues, which has been really, really good. The judges are now demoing to other judges the functionality that's for the judicial decision-making component, and we take that as really positive that they're
That's
comfortable
very
showing it to
innovative.
each other.
Very good. I think we thresh this to death now. We're moving on to victims. And I've got first question from Mr. Arbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There.
One of the priorities are improving the outcomes for victims. You've got the victim assistance scheme. So I'm wondering, like, what are the measures around that scheme? And also noting in the government budget in 2024, there was $8 million allocated. So what outcomes have we seen from that? I'll get Carl to talk a little bit more on that. To be honest, the very first priority in victims is reducing the number overall, which does take you back to the government's target for reducing the victims of violent crime. The target initially was to reduce that by 20,000. We were at about 185,000 when we started. It went up initially, which was a cause for some stress for me and for others, up to over 200,000. It's now down to about 146,000. So the overarching goal here is to reduce the numbers of victims in the first place. If you drop down a level from that, you're in a world where you're saying, can we improve the experience for victims as they make their way through the justice system? And we have a lot of information that tells us that's a pretty bumpy ride for victims, that they will tell us some of the problems about having to repeat their story more often, sometimes about falling between the gaps, sometimes about being unclear just what's going on in the court process, and sometimes not having the financial wherewithal to get in, to even find their way before the courts and the like. So I've got beside me Ryan Orange, who is the director of the Sector Directorate, and we're doing work on victims in the sector space, working through to the Justice Sector Leadership Board, recognising that that is a whole sector issue. The courts is actually a relatively, it's a bit in the middle. And Carl, I might get to talk to it as well. Carl is the sponsor for the work we do inside the ministry on victims. But Ryan, would you like to?
If I just do the, so we got 2 million, sorry, it's just the financial question. I'm in some numbers at times.
Yeah, good.
So it was $2 million a year. So what it meant was 11% more victims got financial assistance through the grant program than what they'd done the previous year. So it's gone from a little over 7,100 victims receiving victims assistance to 8,000, a little bit over 8,000. So, and the victim assistance scheme is for people to get money to help get to court and be present in court so they can see the trial take place. So it's been a great thing from a victim's perspective. So that's the specific initiative you're talking about.
So like in 24-25, there was 845 more victims assisted. So are we going to see that continued through the coming years?
The numbers should hold. So it should sit about 8,000 rather than drop back to 7,000.
Did you want to say something?
I was just going to talk to the
We've got
general
lots of
victims
questions
program.
coming, so I think-
I'll defer to questions.
Hold you. Right. So I'm going to go to Duncan as a spokesperson.
Thank you.
And I'm going to Dr. Sunan.
I'll try to keep it quick. I want to focus on the work of the Ministerial Advisory Group for the Victims of Retail Crime. I guess and around some of the accountabilities. Is that group within its forecast budget?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess, is there any concern around the costs that have been incurred by members of that group?
No, look, the group is doing its work. They are they're busy and they're producing quite a lot of advice for ministers. As part of that, they're running quite a lot of engagements. So we're not.
Is there any check, or what's the audit check when people put claims in for days worked that the days were worked?
Well, we would take a member's claim for days worked on face value.
Right. It's just, I mean, in terms of the chair, he claimed for 154 days between February and July 25, meaning he worked 5 days a week and 1 or 2 days every weekend and took none of the 6 public holidays in that period. Does that raise any concern?
Look, I think this is a pretty passionate undertaking for the chair, and it wouldn't surprise me if he did work very long days and hours on it.
Okay. Are you aware of the meeting that was held by the group on 28 February this year and in the Auckland office? And I'm interested whether any MOJ staff attended.
Are you aware of that meeting?
I am aware of it. There was no MOJ staff there, except we have one person seconded to work with that retail group who would have been there.
Okay.
And were they able to confirm?
Sorry?
Were they able to confirm at the meeting?
They weren't there though, did you say?
Sorry, we didn't have Ministry of Justice staff there. We have one staff member who was seconded full-time to work with that group who would have been.
Okay. Because the minister attended, but he doesn't appear to know, because I asked him, how many people attended that meeting. Do you have any idea of that?
Not that particular meeting, I think. We'll check. What we received from the group is actually pretty fulsome reporting of each of those events that they hold, for which there are costs, what the purpose of the meeting was.
Well, I've asked,
how many people were there.
I've asked for all of the documentation on that meeting, and there's no report of that meeting.
There'll be there won't be a report of the meeting, but there'll be, it's high level, but there will be a line that will talk about what the purpose of the meeting was, what the costs that were incurred were, and usually they give us a ballpark estimate of how many people were there.
Well, I've asked for those things, and there's no record of names of people attending
don't take names.
or numbers.
Okay.
The meeting ran for around 2 hours, and it was held at the offices of the group. And there was a lunch which cost around $3,200. So for an unknown number of unknown people. Is it a concern, and do you think it's good use of taxpayers' money to have a $3,000 lunch for a group where you don't know who was there?
With a meeting like that, we've got to let the chair and the group do what they do. We're not micromanaging every decision they make. Part of what they do is about connecting with community. So I don't know how many people are at that meeting.
Okay, should we be able to know how many people attended and roughly who they were, even if it's what groups they represented, when we're spending $3,000 on lunch?
But I think I wouldn't expect us to be doing anything too detailed in terms of invitation lists for meetings. That's the work of the chair. We would want to have a broad sense of, the fact that this is a legitimate expenditure of government money.
Okay, I'm going to Mr. Bates.
Thanks, Chair. We recently had one of the retail crime meetings in Whanganui, and I got an email the other day from one retailer on the quay, and I'm interested if the sentiment she shared with me is similar to the sentiment you're hearing from these meetings across the country. She said, I was genuinely and pleasantly surprised by the amount of work happening behind the scenes to support victims of retail crime, as well as the stronger measures being put in place to hold offenders accountable. It's encouraging to see that meaningful changes are underway and that positive progress is being made. Now, the email goes on, but is the sentiment you're hearing about the work that this advisory group is doing across the country similar to that?
Look, again, I haven't done any detailed surveying of people, so I'm not able to reinforce that either on the positive or on the negative side. But what I can say is that the group has been very active. They've produced a lot of advice. I know the minister has enjoyed getting that advice. I think we have had some very productive and sometimes robust engagements. I think that's been a good thing. It has led into legislation. And so there's quite a lot of change that has arisen from the work program.
Good to hear.
Right, I'm going to Dr. Sunan for
A new question?
yeah,
Okay.
on victims.
Yep. One of the things that has been trialed right now is the automatic number plate recognition technology. And the minister made a comment back in October that they have returned more than 225,399 has been recovered, which is good. But the minister then also said victims are our priority and we're ensuring they receive what they owned. So what proportion of that is returned to the victim and how much?
So I can't tell you how much of the 226,000. So I can tell you ballpark what happens, rather than specific to that. So whenever we collect a fine or money from somebody, it goes paid out by us in the order of reparations to the victims, and the fine is second. So you might think you're paying $100 court fine to us, but if you're $100 to a victim, it'll go to the victim who used to owe you the court fine. Does that make sense? So the victims are always the first people to receive money if you owe money to the Crown in our space.
So then just checking in terms of the OIAs I received back, then why did the Ministry of Justice say that they do not hold this data? I think the particular term we're asking for a breakdown of the court fines going to the victim, etc. The Ministry of Justice said this information is not currently reported on and would be difficult to link to AMPR activity.
That's right, because I have no idea how much of the $226,000 gets split across the different categories. It could go to legal aid debt, it could go to reparations, or it could go against a fine, a court fine and or a parking fine from the Wellington City Council.
So what advice then have you given to the minister that made the minister so proudly say that we are returning things to the victims?
I think the minister's satisfaction with this project is that more people are repaying debt regardless of to whom it's owed.
I feel like the minister is tying it very closely to
Let's have a question. Let's have a question.
Well, victims is part of it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I wouldn't speak for the minister, but I find that he's equally enthusiastic about fines being paid and cost legal aid debt being repaid also.
Okay, last one.
So
Sorry.
So about 25% of every dollar we collect goes out from reparations, roughly. But I don't know how much of the 200, which is your question, I don't know how much of the 226,000 specifically.
No.
Is there something you would look into?
Lawrence?
No, that would be quite difficult. Yeah.
Thank you. Right, let's go. Honourable Janissa Anderson's got a couple of questions.
Thank you. I've just got a couple follow-up ones on the Ministerial Advisory Group for Retail Crime. So we know that the chair invoiced 1,976 hours of work and was remunerated $227,585. But another member on the board, Carolyn Young, only invoiced 82 hours and was subsequently remunerated just under $8,000. Do you know, I know you've spoken to Working Hard and that, but that's a substantial difference between two members, which is, we both met with them, we deal with them, we've seen them both equally. Do you have any understanding why there's such a substantial difference in hours being booked and amount being paid in those two roles?
Well, it's essentially the way that, this is a small part of Caroline's role. She comes to the meetings, she engages with the papers and the advice and gives feedback. And for Mr. Corshaw, it's largely what he, excuse me, he's largely approaching it as a full-time gig, and he's working very actively and hard on the matters of it. So he's the chair. He's playing a different role than the other members of the board, and I think that's perfectly okay.
Can you see that there could be a public perception of concern given the amount he's charging and the fact he's having a $3,000 lunch?
Well, I think, from our point of view, we will assess the invoices as they come in, and from the minister's point of view, he's looking for advice from the group, which he's getting, and so I think that's an arrangement that's working.
What are the substantial changes that have been made to retail crime as a result of the investment in that group?
I might get Caroline, who's DepSec policy, to run through the detail of that.
Thank you.
Right.
So ministers have made a number of announcements as a result of the advice they've received from the Retail Mag. So there have been announcements focused on defensive property, particularly with a retail focus. So there's announcements around citizens arrest, defensive property in the retail setting, trespass, theft, particularly low-level retail theft. The other ones that have been announced so far, with the group still working on reports to come.
One last question.
Last time.
Those proposals were all offered to me when I was the Minister of Police and Justice. and they were given free of charge. Can you see why it might be perceived as not a good spend of taxpayers' money for nearly $300,000 and a $3,000 lunch to be implementing the same ideas which were presented in a petition to the previous Justice Committee and given the previous government with no charge?
I think what the group has provided to ministers is specific proposals with quite a lot of detail on some areas in terms of both what the legislation could be constructed to look like in the implementation of it, and having done it with consultation with stakeholders. So I think there's they are quite a lot of reports that ministers have found benefit from.
Do you think it's good?
No. We're now going to Mr. Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kipple-White, in your introductory remarks, you made reference to a 27% decrease in cases before, in the awaiting cases before the district court. Have I got that correct?
That's backlogs. I think that was backlogs.
Yeah, so 27% decrease in the backlog before the district court.
Yep.
What does that mean for victims of crime in New Zealand?
Well, essentially it means that they're waiting less long. We had an area where the district court, I think, was getting into quite a difficult space where people were waiting too long, and notwithstanding a lot of different things that we were trying to fix, that it was continuing to build. It was exacerbated by COVID. What's happened over the last few years is a real focus on bringing that number down and clearing first the oldest cases, and then actually a general focus on the timeliness standards that the district court judge has put out in his protocols, which is designed to keep the system moving along. And we're still tracking towards hitting 90% of that, which we're aiming to get to in 2027, but we're moving those numbers up slowly as we go. So I think we're now up to 83% of cases go through the district court meeting that standard. Now, what that means for victims essentially is that the time that delays them, that they are in that limbo of waiting for matters to be dealt with, is shorter. They can get on with their lives. It's better for the healing process. It's better for all of those sorts of things.
Fantastic. And what are some of the changes that have been enacted that have enabled that 27% decrease?
So I get there's been a huge amount. I'll get Carl to talk to this, and I'd credit the leadership that he has brought, but not just Carl. I think leaders in the police and corrections, and there's been a huge amount of judicial leadership in this space as well. But Carl is the head honcho in the ministry side. And I'll get him to talk to some of what has been done to improve timeliness, particularly particularly talking in the criminal space.
Yeah, you referenced the 27% in the district court, but if there has been a decrease across all of the courts,
this committee's had a lot of interest in the coronial space over the years. We made a huge change there, and the trajectory there is really impressive. So I'll let
let's go, Carl.
Yep.
So notwithstanding there is a section on timeliness. So as far as the district court space is concerned, particularly in the criminal area, we've got a large number of initiatives that have been rolling out over the last 12 or so months. We always start in Auckland. Well, we generally start in Auckland with all of our initiatives. So, for example, same-day sentencing, different ways of the duty lawyers operating. There's a number of initiatives. We can give you a big list of what they are and what they do. So we always start in Auckland because that's where about 57% of all criminal cases actually sit. So we start in Auckland, we pilot them, and then once we get, we tweak, and then once we're satisfied that they're operating smoothly, then we roll them out the rest of the country. The key thing I would say in this space is that they're not just Ministry of Justice initiatives or courts initiatives. We are a system. Whatever, if we're going to do anything with duty lawyers, for example, we need to talk to the Petition regarding what we're doing and how we do it. We need to get their agreement to do some of this stuff. If we're going to introduce changes to how the prosecution service operates, we've got to talk to either Crown Law or the Police Prosecution Service to get their agreement. We obviously have to talk to judges and registry staff as well. So an initiative might say, well, it's an initiative, you're just implementing in the court. We are a system and we have to utilise multiple people and satisfaction making improvements. And as Andrew said, there is backlogs have increased dramatically and the district criminal space decreased. Yes. Dramatically. We think we're about where we want to be with backlog. So there's a balance between getting things done in a timely way and managing your backlog. So we think we've got the balance just about right now in that space.
Thank you.
Right, now we're going to go to courts, and members will note that we're overweight, inverted commas, with Labor members. At this point, we're going Gregory O'Connor's going to join as from a court spokesperson. We're not going to worry about changing people out, but Greg, this is your moment.
Court infrastructure.
Court and
I've got a
infrastructure,
question.
we're
Yeah.
moving on to that.
We're in five.
I'm going to go to
those
Mr.
following along.
Bates and then I'm going to allow, I'll give a question to Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And it's good to be talking about the work happening on core infrastructure around the country. Got two questions. Firstly, interested in an update on the major projects that are occurring around the country, including the one in Wanganui.
First comment I might make before I go to Kelvin on this is in the courts infrastructure space, there's a digital element to that, there's a building element to that. In particular, there's actually more activity on across the ministry now than probably there has ever been. There are a number of projects that started under the last government, and I acknowledge that, and that have been carried on, continued under the current government. So there is a big effort going into the courts space at the moment. But as far as updates, particular reference to Wanganui, Kelvin.
Thank you. So we've got three major new court builds underway. So Wanganui, where construction is well underway and is due to be completed in 2027. We've got Tauranga, which is underway. That is due to be completed in 2028. And we've got our Papakura Courthouse, which is a mix of on-site and off-site construction due to be completed in 2027. We've also got major redevelopments happening. Auckland District Court has had major redevelopment in terms of cladding, services and seismic strengthening. That is well underway and in progress. We have a number of other seismic projects in Hamilton and Wellington and around the country. We've got other seismic pieces that we're dealing to. And in Manukau in October, we recently completed a major redevelopment of that courthouse, which has increased capacity by 30%. So they're probably most of the major projects. We've got at any given time somewhere around 160 to 200 projects happening across our court properties, from repaints through to services upgrades, capacity upgrades, and just general health and safety upgrades as well.
Thank you for that update. In terms of the seismic strengthening that you mentioned, has the government's changes in seismic strengthening requirements had any impact on the current projects that you're undertaking in terms of expectation of cost, or created a change in forecast of future projects that you thought you had to complete that maybe you will no longer need to complete to the same scale?
Yeah, it has. So we, of the seismic projects that we have underway, and that we are contemplating for the future, they're all being done to that new standard. And we are seeing significant cost savings from what we otherwise would have incurred through those changes.
Do you have any number or estimate in mind for what that saving could be?
So we can probably get some more detailed numbers for the committee, but for the Auckland District Court, which is obviously a very large building, Auckland, one of our biggest courts, over probably north of $10 million saving in terms of that redevelopment.
Just in one court?
Yes, I believe so. Oh, I can confirm that, but that's round figures.
I can't do that.
That'll be the biggest
I'm
one. A
gonna
lot of
ask-
the others will be small.
I'm going to ask the question on behalf of the member. What is happening in Wanganui Court? Is it on schedule? Is it good? It's what's going to happen?
It's fantastic.
We just need to.
It's fantastic.
Beautiful site.
It's fantastic.
Fantastic. That's good outcome. Thank you. Now I'm going to Mr. O'Connor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, we've talked about Te Reka and the courts, all the work going on in courts, infrastructure, and particularly the IT infrastructure is going to be an incredibly important part of that. But I see you've fallen behind that as one of the areas that you didn't quite get the tick off on.
Is this in time end for Te Reka?
Well, this is during the needs improvement. So what's happening there to make sure you're going to be in a position to
So we've got work underway with a go to green plan now, which is essentially just stepping through some of the complexity in that space. We had something of a discussion on this earlier. The build that was due to be completed at about the end of this month on the family court phase. Well, now that part of the build will be completed in the first couple of months of next year. So that has actually put things back a little bit, but we are doing that work and overall, we're really confident with how the project is tracking. We're going through a go to green phase to get it back on, basically to reset some of those things.
So with the obviously anticipation of the whole system going live, you'll be needing to spend the money now as you're doing this court work in places like Wanganui, presumably.
Well, the money we're spending in Wanganui and the money we're spending on Te Areka are on quite separate tracks. We are spending, we're clearly, it's a big project, the Te Areka project, and there's a lot of money going into that. Victoria's running the team. I think it's about 60, 70 people at the moment, and then there's our contractors are working with us as well. So there's no shortage of spend happening in that space. That's just the nature of building a big project like this.
I wonder if I could just add, if I understand your question, in all of the redevelopments and the building projects we're building courtrooms for the future. And so we're thinking about Te Areka and what that physically means. So in terms of the bench, the screens that the judges will need and that sort of thing. So we've, working with the Te Areka program and our property team and the operational team, we've looked at all the benches across the country in terms of what they'll need for Te Areka, and we're thinking about what physical changes we'll need to make to courtrooms in order to enable that.
And that's happening as these upgrades we've talked about.
Oh, and even to courts where there are not upgrades, there still will need to be changes made to some of the courtroom layout to accommodate the new system.
Any more? Okay, I'm going to stop on that, and then I'm going to Mr. Stevenson. Mr. Bates?
Just to the member's point about building to the future as well, how are you working with police in relation to the new way of building, like the courthouse in Wanganui? I don't know if that's happening at Papakura as well, but the integration and those changes that are happening around holding cells and the like?
So in Wanganui specifically, there's what's called the care facility, so the custodial facility that will be linked to the new courthouse. So police are in charge of the custodial suite and the construction of it. And so their timeline, last update I had was their timeline's tracking to ours so that the two will be ready together. More generally, we work with police. Obviously, we've got a number of courthouses are quite old and the custodial suites are very old. And so we work with police and with corrections around the needs of the cell blocks, custodial suites, and how we manage those from a health and safety perspective, recognising that we've got some constraints that are, in very old buildings. In terms of the new builds, we obviously work with police and corrections in the design of those custodial suites in terms of the new design.
Okay, I'm going to Mr. Stevenson.
Yeah, just staying on this topic. Of actually looking at your 30-year work program. I'm lucky enough to live in the beautiful Central Otago. But one of the issues we've got here is the Ministry of Health and Health New Zealand didn't plan for the massive population growth there. So we're at Queenstown, Wanaka, Cromwell, masses of areas. Can you just assure me you've got a plan for making sure we have appropriate court infrastructure into the future in Central Otago? Because I'm looking here, I don't see it there, but I might have missed it.
This is a day for MPs to lobby.
I think, look, and I see Tauranga, but there are areas of New Zealand we never expected to grow so massively. And, we are missing vital services.
What's happening in Queenstown?
Yeah.
Kevin might want to add some things to this. I'll speak first because the 30-year program that we have on our building structure now, I think is a really, it's a really deep and thorough piece of work. It's looking at the state of all our buildings, how fit for purpose they are in terms of the work that has to come through them, the seismics, the health and safety, and we're getting a much better sense of where our investment needs to go. So I think that's part of how we've been able to make the case for some of the investment that is happening, and it's absolutely how we're making the case as we look forward. Part of what we do when we look forward in the courts is try and understand where the need is going to be and where the need is presenting now. A lot of what's on that 30-year plan is recognising the state of the buildings as they currently are. Yeah, so the dimension that you're bringing in is the extra kind of piece that we have to bring into that. Either of my colleagues might reflect, I don't think we're suffering from capacity constraints in that part of the world at the moment.
Good to hear.
And I think in the near term, it's not an area that presents as concern to us, which would give me some reason to reassure you.
But you haven't forgotten about us.
Oh, we'd never forget about it, and we find there's no shortage of people happy to go and have a look down.
That's
right.
Right, now-
So can I just add that
go.
there is a court in Alexandra as well. So one of the advantages of Te Reka, which we don't talk about, we're a paper-based system at the moment. So if we want somebody in Queenstown to do something for us, for Nelson, for example, we'd have to courier something or email and scan and muck around with it. One of the huge advantages of Te Reka is that because the file will be electronic, the file will be up, somebody will be able to look on a computer screen. So all I'm flagging is that from an ongoing property infrastructure perspective, Te Reka actually creates
opportunities,
an opportunity to think about things differently. So for example, the court staff in Alexandra could do stuff on behalf of Queenstown without physically having to move or courier stuff around. So that helps with capacity.
Do you want to go too?
Oh, I was just going to, just more broadly, when you talk about the 30-year plan, one of the things we're doing at a more strategic level is actually starting to work on how we see demographic shifting and crime rate shifting, and actually thinking about what is the network plan for the court system for the future. And so Auckland's the most obvious one. What's the population shift in Auckland over the next 20, 30 years? Thinking about Auckland and Waikato, plenty. And so how's that whole geographic area going to shift? And so part of the reason we've developed the new Papakura build in the way that we have is to enable, it was a mind to potentially future growth further into South Auckland. And so thinking about what shifts we might need to make in the longer term around the network of our courts.
Right, we're about to finish courts, but I just want to ask Mr. Conway whether he's got anything else.
I just worry about the type of people moving to Queenstown.
Well, I was actually not thinking so much the criminal jurisdiction.
Well, that
Like
was an open invitation.
commercial.
We're now going to go to firearms.
Lots of property
policy.
disputes on fences.
Firearms. And I'm going to come here to Honourable Jenny Stanton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's the estimated cost for the restructure of the FSA?
We're still working that through, and that's part of conversations that we're having with police and with ministers at the moment.
But so the policy's been announced, but you don't know what it's going to cost.
Well, we have some broad estimates, but we're still testing and working those through to get to the detail of that.
Are you able to share what the broad?
Not at this point, because we're still there. It's a very much an area of active discussion.
Is it unusual, though, to have something that's been publicly announced by the government that has no cost tag attached to it?
No, I wouldn't say it's unusual. Certainly, there has been plenty of discussion about cost and about what it will take to enable the new organisation to function. But it's intersecting with a budget process where we're looking at all of our costs, and all agencies are bringing a pretty keen fiscal eye to everything that we're doing. So there's an interaction there about just how we get to the final costings of it. But it's not that we've gone blindly into it. It's that we're still very actively working through just exactly how it will all fall out.
And would that would make a separate budget bid in the next budget?
It's all something that we're discussing in the context of the 26 budget, which is what we're all spending quite a lot of time working on at the moment.
And is there kind of a view that would come out of a police, vote police or justice?
You're searching.
As I say, it's all part of a budget discussion. So, it'll be revealed in due course.
Last question, sorry. Is there any estimation, but I'm thinking no, if you can't tell me the previous one, on the wider costs to the justice system of all the changes proposed to the Arms Act? Because there's new penalties, new offences, there's a new review committee, the wider costs for implementing all of those changes, have those been calculated at all?
Certainly, all of those costs have been looked at in terms of the advice that's been prepared, and so that's all part of the mix that we're working through at the moment.
Right. Well, I'm disappointed we can't get the CFO onto that one. Right, we're going to Dr. Sunan.
Thank you. Just supplementary on that, in terms of the firearms reform, what consultation interactions has the Minister of Justice had with FIANZ and ICONS?
Sorry, the Minister of Justice with?
FIANZ and ICONS, so the Federation of Islamic Associations of New Zealand and also the Islamic Council of New Zealand.
It'd be the Minister, the Associate Minister of Justice on this one has been leading that process. I just introduced Kathy Brightwell, who's the Policy GM where the firearms work sits.
The FIANZ is represented on the Ministerial Arms Advisory Group.
And the minister does meet regularly with stakeholders, including Muslim community.
What about ICONS,
I'm sorry, who are
the
they?
Islamic Council of New Zealand?
That would be another stakeholder group that she would meet with, but they're not represented on the Ministerial Arms Advisory Group.
But from a ministry perspective, ministry doesn't go and talk to them and seek their advice.
Yes, we ran a public consultation process back in February on the Arms Act rewrite, and we met with a range of stakeholders, stakeholder groups individually then.
And how?
And they also submitted.
Okay, and how are their concerns, if any, been addressed and incorporated into the policy setting?
They've informed the policy along with all the other submitters.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to Mr. Stevenson.
Supplementary just on this. Obviously, yeah, this has been quite a long process working through this, but could you just briefly, can you just give assurance this was a robust process to develop this policy and lots of people have been engaged?
You think no?
Yeah. Well,
We just mucked around for a bit.
I think it's worth just getting on the record. This
Yes,
wasn't.
a proper policy process was followed.
Yeah.
With a consultation document that was released publicly, and we also ran face-to-face engagements with stakeholder groups.
I would also add to that, we've worked incredibly closely with police and Fire Safety Authority.
Thank you.
Can I just one follow-up on that? When you say that working with stakeholder groups, do you actively reach out to the stakeholders that are most likely going to be affected, or do you just expect them to come to you?
No, we did target specific
great.
groups
Thank
that
you.
would
Okay.
have an interest.
Anyone else on firearms before we move on to?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind one. The changes you ended up with were substantially different to the ones that were initially presented, that were the minister's ones. And in some ways, the safety outcomes, I think, were stronger. Are you able to speak to anything in terms of how a policy process assisted a safer outcome for all New Zealanders?
I think it goes to the Mr. Stevenson's question. This was a very robust policy process. We did a lot of work on it with our other agencies and with stakeholder groups. We had a very engaged minister who I have to say listened and put different perspectives to us and to other groups. There was a lot of ministerial discussion around it, and in the end, you can see the result of that in the cabinet papers and the outcome. I mean, to be honest, as someone who has done policy for a career, I think this is a really excellent process.
Okay, I'm going to Dr. Duncan Webb. Do you have some on strategy?
Yeah, look, just one question. And it is a time for asking awkward questions, but it's around your leadership group. I just was reading your annual report. And, you know,
They've all left the table now.
they've all left really quickly. So you've had 3 senior DepSecs leave in about 18 months since January 24. And there were and you've actually had a couple leave a little bit before that. So you've had a massive amount of turnover in your leadership team. I was curious that you because I asked some questions around this, and you weren't that eager to give any insights into why that might. But I guess my question is, you know, what risks does that present? Because as I said, you've got, whilst people some have been in the ministry for a while, your leadership team's really new.
I actually not sure I'd characterise it like that. I mean, for start, I think relative to levels of turnover in many leadership teams across the public service, I doubt that I'm near the top of the pack. We had a DepSec who returned to the Netherlands. I had a DepSec who went off to be the chief executive of the Crown Response Unit, and I had a DepSec who chose to leave and pursue other opportunities. I've got still quite a lot of experience around the table, and I think it feels to me like quite a healthy level of
But you think
being
that
freshened
level
up.
of turnover? Because it's like 5 and 4 years. I think. I'm pretty sure it is.
Well, it depends how far back you go. So we dropped. My leadership team was smaller than it was. We through our restructuring in the 2024 phase, we took one leadership position out.
Yeah, I saw that.
And in the time that I've been there, I've well, you go back a few years now when I created a few. So I'm surprised that it looks that way to you, because I think it would be a pretty normal level of
I'll have to do some
turnover.
Okay, I'm going to, last question from Ms. Nutway, and then we're going to move on.
Supplementary to the Honourable Duncan Webb's question. Mr. Kibble-White, so you were mentioning earlier, backlog in courts has dropped, the number has dropped. Active coronial cases dropped. Disputes tribunal cases fallen. Māori victimisation, as we mentioned earlier, down. Fine collections revenue up by 24%. Active coronial caseloads, as we said, minus 12%. Legal aid eligibility increase, 93,000 people. Average civil case age, minus 35%. These are pretty good numbers. For someone that, objectively speaking, would you say that this is reflective that the management is actually in a very good space where results like this are pretty outstanding?
Oh, that's the loveliest question I've ever had.
He specialises,
and I'm enjoying it as well.
Bask in the glory.
Not that cow. Achieved, may I add, which you said in your opening remarks, much under a tight fiscal environment.
That's right.
That's right.
So kudos to you.
No, look, thank you. I genuinely thank you for that question. So look, if you connect that, I would say I'm lucky to have a leadership team around me and working to them, and a body of staff throughout the ministry that are really committed to doing what they do. I think we have made really good progress in a lot of areas. I think there's still a lot of stuff that is really hard. I don't wander home each evening thinking, well, we've nailed that, because I think there's a huge amount of work still to be done in this sector, and I think that would be the view that my leadership team has and the people that report to them. So look, I think we have a lot of different views. We disagree quite a lot, and I think that's a constructive and creative thing around the table, but I'm lucky to be working with the people that I'm working with.
Okay, we're now going to put you back on the rack.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about timeliness to access to justice and update on the legal aid review. Members, I'm going to go with Dr. Sunan.
Got some numbers.
And then
I want to start with, I guess, the timeliness. And I think, first of all, I think it's really heartening to see the support, actually the cross-board support for increasing the number of High Court judges to 65. I want to start with how that is going to look in terms of the respondents. I want to particularly pick up on page 20 of the report. Oh God, I've now lost page 20 of the report, which does say that for certain groups, the satisfaction is down, and we're looking at disabled respondents, people in criminal proceedings, and Māori respondents, that they're still lower than average. Sorry, they're not down, they're lower than average. What then are you doing in terms of, from an access to justice perspective, of lifting some of those?
Well,
Bless you.
look, again, thank you for that question. There are some real challenges still in the court system. I think the court system is difficult for people with disabilities. I think it can be a quite foreign and difficult environment to try and step your way through. I think the same applies for people who don't have English as a first language and who may not be familiar with some of the ways that our systems work. So I would absolutely say that these numbers are an indication of an area that we have to keep focused on and that we have to keep concentrating on. So we certainly work with the judiciary in this space. A lot of what happens here is due to some things that are judicially led. I think our partnership with the judiciary is really important in this space. The Chief Justice is a very strong advocate and champion of the disabled community and actually all people who struggle to access the court. Some of the practical things that we're doing in this space and I'd get Carl to add in a little bit more texture to this, but Te Ao Marama is designed to create an environment in court where people can be heard, which is more responsive to the particular circumstances that individuals bring with them into the court space. And so I think it's absolutely an intent where, and some of Te Ao Marama is being limited to the 8 courts that we're rolling out. Some of it has been mainstreamed across the country. There is guidance for the judges about how they engage in the court with people. We've done a bit of work with interpreters over the last few years. It's still an area that's quite tricky. We're interested in where the technology can add and to be supportive of us in that space. And at this point, I might invite Carl to add some further texture.
So and it comes a little bit to your earlier question about Te Ao Marama. So as Andrew said, there are things in Te Ao Marama that cost money. There are things that you can do without costing money. So one of those is plain language. So if you've been in a court, if you don't know the terminology, it can be very jargonish and complex. So and plain language from a Te Ao Marama perspective is not just for Te Ao Marama, that will be for everybody from all ethnicities and for whatever abilities they do and don't have. One of the processes or pieces of work we're doing from an infrastructure, I'm going to promote the chair and say you're the judge. So it's a promotion, I think.
Is it?
Anyway, you would normally sit on a bench.
Yeah.
In Te Ao Marama courts, it is more like this, where people are sitting in a different type of environment, which is more conducive to the interaction that the court may feel they need at the time. For disability specifically, because you asked about that, we'll be introducing the training program for all staff in the courts in the next calendar year about better ability to deal with people with disabilities as a hard example of what we're going to do.
And how would, for example, neurodivergency and things like autism or FADS, etc., be manifested in? Is that part of that package of disability?
We're still designing the package, so I can't give you all the detail, the ins and outs of it.
We look forward to it.
I was nearly going to commit to something I wasn't sure about.
Neurodiversity and any range of mental health issues are absolutely a big part of what people bring to the court. And in fact, the majority of people who would appear before the criminal court will suffer from some form of neurological disability often.
In terms of physical disability, are you funded in your new court build to make them sort of fully accessible?
Yes, that's right.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Okay, going to Ms. Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations on some of the improvements to timeliness.
Very good.
However, I did notice that with respect to the Human Rights Review Tribunal, and this is obviously the court that hears health and disability matters, privacy matters, discrimination matters, that in this year's budget, there's been a reduction in the number of decision makers. And from what I've heard, existing wait times can be between 2 and 3 years. And from OIAs, I understand the minister was engaged in a recruitment process to fill those roles. So what do you think that decision will do to the timeliness for those important cases?
Can I just, because there's been quite a lot of discussion about timeliness, and I might just make a more general point before I answer that question specifically, which I think is probably quite important to make, because we made a lot of really good progress. If it was the judiciary senior heads of bench sitting here or members of the profession, they would say to you that the courts are really hard at the moment because there has been the effort that has gone in is creating, I think, some real pressure on all parts of the system. So I just wouldn't want us in any way to come across as appearing smug about this timeliness. We're really proud of the gains that we've made, but they have been hard won with efforts of all of the participants. And I think there are some stress issues that do appear across the court system as a consequence of that. So I just wanted to just make sure that was recorded for the committee. In respect to the HRT, the problem here is as you have described it, but it's a straightforward function of a short-term or a decision that had a limited duration being made to increase the number of deputy chairs that was designed to deal with some of those backlogs. It was it was a certain amount of money that was put in for a certain amount of time, and then there was an end to it. So what has happened is that we have made progress on the backlog in the HRT through that period of having additional resource. And I would actually also really acknowledge the efforts of the chair and others, because they have changed their processes as well in order to improve the speed of their judgments, but there is still a backlog there. What's happened is essentially that short-term funding has come to an end, and it's a decision we haven't had the ability to keep those funds going into the future.
Right.
On that.
Okay, I'm going to go to Mr. Stevens.
I want to go to legal aid.
What's that?
I want to go to legal aid.
Yeah. Anyone else want to finish what we were
Do you want to
talking
say
about?
something?
Just about the Human Rights Tribunal. So we're in constant conversations with the chair of the tribunal, obviously because of the deputy chair reductions, because there has been a reduction in backlog overall, and the active age of cases also dropped by over 10%. So, and we're talking about different practice process and possible ledge changes that might actually ensure that we actually don't lose anything with the reduction in the resource. And so I won't speak for her, but at the moment she's not panicking about the reduction. She's concerned, but she thinks if we do some other things, we might be able to maintain performance at its current levels.
Right, I'll go to Mr. Connor, and then I'll go to the new question over here.
Just while we're on timeless, what's the average disposal time of cases? Does that reflect the reduction in the waiting list?
So there's 3 different timeless targets for the district court criminal space. So they're different depending on what obviously you're aware what a category is. So they're different per category. So Bex is going to let you know what the 3
specifically around the disposal time.
Yeah, so one of the big changes when we moved to the timeliness was to change how we measure it. And there's different thresholds for different case types about what constitutes timely. So for category 1, it's 6 months. For category 2 and 3 chats, it is 9 months and 15 months for jury. And so we don't do the average disposal time as that is a bit generalised and doesn't really take into account the nuance of different cases. But what we can say is that now 83% of all cases that were disposed were timely.
So the category 3 ones, are they taking longer to dispose of? Would that be?
No, because a year ago, we were only at 80% timely. And so we're now at 83%, which is saying that cases are generally moving through the court in a more timely way.
So you can't tell category 3 cases, the more serious cases, you can't tell from those stats whether they're taking longer to
They're
dispose.
taking less. So we do have the sub measures as well, and more of those cases are also timely than they were a year ago.
Well, thank you.
Okay, we're going to legal aid, Mr. Stevens.
Few questions on legal aid, if that's okay. Obviously, it's been quite particularly under the period under review and even obviously into this financial, it's been quite an increase in legal aid. And I appreciate it's demand driven, but you obviously still have to budget for it. But what work have you done to try and better understand what is driving that increase in the uptake of legal aid costs? And how basically going to try and plan for that for the future and get a better grasp of what's going to happen?
I think the work on legal aid is one of the most important pieces of work we have underway at the moment. We put a consultation document out last year, recognising both what you've described, that actually the amount of expenditure on legal aid is increasing faster than the rate of inflation over the last 5 years. You talk to people in the system and they will tell you that it's harder than it's ever been, and there's a range of different things going on in that space. So and I'll get Caroline to talk about it a little further. We did a significant consultation document. We got advice from it. We got a lot of engagement and feedback. We have advice with ministers at the moment. It's as to what changes we might be able to make in this space. I think there will be a fair bit of iteration before we come to decisions, but there'll be decisions made in the early part of next year. I probably said everything that you might have said.
Supplementary would be, because obviously I get contacted not that often, but sometimes. There hasn't really been, for lawyers, people being paid by legal aid, there hasn't been a change in legal aid rates for quite some time. And so it's obviously an issue there with sustainability. And so that is one of the areas I'm sure you're looking at. And any initial thoughts? Well, a couple of questions. One, did you get good engagement from the legal fraternity? And then, yeah, any initial thoughts on what can be done there?
We absolutely got good engagement. It'd be no surprise that legal aid scheme is something that the legal profession has a lot of interest in and a lot to share in terms of their thoughts about it. So we got over 100 submissions, more like 120. And some of the key things would not be a surprise. So about and lots of this is public. The legal profession speak publicly about the legal aid scheme, the level of remuneration, the succession plan for the profession, the need to bring younger lawyers through, need to support lawyers as they come through, and flexibility around how the profession works. So there are a lot of themes from the profession. We're working with ministers at the moment in terms of what comes out of that review.
Yeah. Sorry, just a quick supplementary. Because it is a fairly, I mean, I used to be a lawyer a long time ago. It's actually a fairly archaic way of basically you're paying by the hour, etc. Yeah. Did any themes come through about different ways to remunerate in legal aid? Because it is,
Lots of suggestions.
Okay.
There's a broad range of suggestions and comments from the legal
Pay us
profession.
more.
Yeah.
So,
well,
and different
they
ways
already do job rates.
Yeah.
Job rates
Yeah.
in the criminal sphere. Can I?
Yep, you go.
Just one clarification. You said that, you said that the costs are increasing faster than the rate of inflation. Is that per capita costs or just gross? Because spend per citizen is a lot better, more informative than spend across the country, right?
I think it'll be both. I mean, the numbers I've got in my head, and I'll ask Andy or others to correct me if I get these wrong, is that in 2018-19, the legal aid cost was about 179 million. And the current year, it's about 320 million, give or take a little bit.
Okay.
So that's actually that's a really material increase.
Yeah.
And so we've actually got a lot of work to do in this space because I don't think, there were some bouquets earlier. I don't think the system is working in a way that justifies that increase in expenditure.
Yeah. So, I mean, one of the real pinch points is duty solicitors, right? And I see they're going on strike in Auckland in January. So there's going to be no one in court to help people out. Have you got any particular, and I see in Blenheim there's no duty solicitor, on the West Coast there's no duty solicitor. So people have to travel from Christchurch to do that. Have you got any particular strategies in place to address those problems?
We're thinking about duty solicitors in the context of the work we're doing on the legal aid review. So the points you make are points that absolutely we're aware of and that came up in the legal aid review. So this will be a big topic of conversation next year. I'm sure of that.
It's perplexing, because you talk about inflation rates. Since 2006, the duty solicitor rate has risen in total by 7%, whereas wages have gone up by around 80% in that period. Are you going to address that?
As I say, we're looking at the duty lawyer scheme, sustainability of that scheme as part of what we're doing.
Okay,
Last one. Are you considering a public defender duty solicitor type scheme?
Well, we have the public defence service.
I know,
already.
but they don't do.
They do some duty lawyer service, not that much. So we're looking at the duty lawyer. I mean, all I'd say is the legal aid review, we're thinking about duty lawyer scheme as well.
Right, we're going to Mr. Rutherford.
Yeah, I'm keen to ask about prospective change from a decrease in the number of jury trials to judge-alone trials, and whether that's an item of work that you've been considering at present.
Well, you recall there was a discussion document about the jury trials. Would it have been?
It was about a year ago.
18 months ago, a year ago? Yeah. And so, that is an area that ministers haven't taken decisions on at this point. It's certainly an issue that as officials we're still interested in.
What do some of our comparable overseas partners do? E.g., what does Australia do, Canada, the UK?
UK 63.
I'll get Caroline to give you a little bit more of the texture on that.
Well, it's really timely, just in the sense that there's news coming out of the United Kingdom about a decision to move to limiting jury trials to very serious offences only. And as I understand it, and like I said, it's hot off the press news, but where there's a sentence for 3 years or more imprisonment. So we're watching the UK with interest around where they're heading with that. Yeah.
So currently in New Zealand, correct me if I'm wrong, but if the sentence carries 2 years or
That's
more,
right.
you have the choice between a judge or a jury trial.
Yeah.
You're saying the UK has moved to say.
Well, they've just
Well,
announced
the-
an intention.
And even then, I'm not 100% sure the status of those
No.
announcements.
Because
So-
there was one, there was a
Yeah.
report last week that proposed a 5 year. So jury trials only if the penalty is 5 years imprisonment or more.
Yeah.
And like literally I said, it's just hot off the press. What we've just seen is a potential decision for 3 years.
It
but,
is an
yeah.
issue. One of the things that shapes timeliness is the jury election rate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And across the country, where our jury election rates are quite different. In some courts, they're increasing, and that is an issue that puts pressure on the system because a jury trial takes a lot longer. So we're really interested in looking, and we are working and engaging with the profession about that.
If you were to move to, say, to increase the threshold from the 2 years to whatever it might be, whether it's 3 years or 5 years or whatever it is, would that increase the timeliness of the court system in New Zealand?
Yes, it would. I mean, that's I think it's just a statement of fact. There'd be quite a lot of discussion before we got to a decision at that point.
Right, last one from Mr. Bates, and then we're going into the very last item.
Thanks, Chair. Just want to acknowledge the idea that came from a visit to the Auckland court
not
last
Wanganui.
year. Not Wanganui. But it did lead, Chair, to my members' bill, as I'm sure you're aware, on increasing the age of automatic excusal for jury service to 72, which is currently going through the House. Just wanted to ask if you're prepared for the introduction of that. Should it pass
Absolutely.
in soon?
Absolutely, always prepared.
Yeah, already?
Yep. already
Easy
go.
enough to implement?
Well, nothing. We'll be ready to go on the day we need to be ready to go. We're very good at that.
Good.
Right,
Yeah.
now we're going to the last item, which is general items. The first one is the Bill of Rights Act report.
That was me.
That's you.
That's
Dr.
me.
Sunan.
Because I've been trying to get a response to this for a while, and I get ping-ponged by different departments. But I've been
What about
told,
you?
I've been told
guys.
it's Ministry of Justice. So I've noticed with sort of reasonably alarming frequency that the borrower report or consistency with borrower with Section 7 report is not uploaded on the
Quick.
Ministry of Justice website.
Okay.
When first reading takes place, even worse, I can name the specific legislation, which is the Outer Space and High Altitude Amendment Bill, that the borrower report was not available until it passed.
That's
I
your
will speak to
problem,
this.
Mr. Kibblewhite.
Well, I'm going to invite my DipSec policy, Caroline Grady, to talk to this issue.
So we take the Bora stuff very seriously. Just so I'm clear, under the Bill of Rights Act, the Section 7 reports, which are reports from the Attorney General,
Yep.
when the Attorney General considers that there is something in the bill that is inconsistent with the Bill of Rights Act.
Yep.
So what the law requires, as you probably know, is that the Attorney General presents her advice to the House on introduction. And so the key way in which the advice is made available, particularly to members of the public, is the Attorney General presenting her advice to the House. We understand the public interest and the importance of also putting it on our website, and we do our best to. This is not
Who is it? Who are you pushing in?
Sometimes when the bill is from an agency other than ourselves,
Yeah.
our ability to the information flow to us that bill has been introduced.
Yep.
We're reliant on people telling us. We have recently put in place a direct link into the clerk of the House. So we get a direct feed of when. bills are
Perfect
introduced.
answer.
But otherwise,
Right,
we're not.
come on,
No,
Yeah.
sorry,
Yeah.
just follow up. That's
Yeah.
what you said was for Section 7. What about
Correct.
consistency report against borrower?
So the non-Section 7 reports.
It's legal advice.
So
That's,
the reports where the
so that's
attorney,
any report, any borrower.
when the attorney hasn't considered that it's in breach.
Yeah.
Yes, so same thing, it's not a legal requirement on us.
No.
We do our very best. What I understand is that we increasingly have them on the website within a day of it being introduced. And that's how we put this process in place with the clerk.
Well, that's a good thing. You're going to help Dr. Suda.
Yeah.
Right, we've got Mrs. Walters.
Very quickly, I have a concern that people selected for statutory appointments are capable and competent to do those appointments. There have been times recently where people have been deemed not suitable for appointment by the Ministry of Justice. Do you think we have a problem, and should we be considering a different statutory appointments?
No, we do a lot of appointments. Some of those are JPs and other sorts of things. So we're quite thoughtful about all of the different appointment processes that we have. I think it's really important that we do all of the right referee checks, but it will be a little bit dependent on the nature of the role that's been appointed into. And I do think there's a need for us to make sure we calibrate, or we will just put an awful lot of resource into following things up. So we're really mindful of it. We look at our different appointment processes and we're thoughtful about them.
Is that it?
I think you do a fantastic job. I think the problem lies in the fact that having done that job, people deemed unsuitable for appointment are then appointed by ministers.
Well, that's a comment. That's not a question. Right, Dr. Duncan Webb, last question.
I guess I'll give you the short version. We've got rid of Section 27 reports, and we've seen a bump in alcohol and drug reports, psychologist reports, and also it appears lawyers putting in extra claims for legal aid. Are we basically erasing the fiscal gains from getting 27 reports by the proliferation of these reports? And the second leg of the question is, or increasing delays because those other reports take so much longer?
No, I think there has been some offsetting, but certainly I don't think it would erase the full gains. The issue about more, reports basically being paid for through legal aid that are not Section 27 reports. Again, that's something that we're going to have a look at through the legal aid process. There's a broader issue about reports which are causing delays. There's a range of different sorts of reports that are causing delays, whether they're psych reports or quite a number. And I think that again is an issue that we're aware of and that we're looking at. But our view is not that the defunding of the Section 27 reports has caused a big sort of flow of problems.
Okay, so I want to. Do you want one?
Just one more.
Okay.
She likes the last one.
Super quick.
Yeah, just super quick. I went through the list of all the great results you've managed to achieve recently.
Oh dear.
And thank you for that. There's still a lot more to do. But you said this shows that we can make changes and traction.
Yeah.
When an organisation is given targets and given a more clearer way to focus, does that have a positive effect on bringing down numbers or raising up the good numbers, as you mentioned earlier? Is it having focus and having targets?
There's a real science in targets. Targets done poorly can be very counterproductive. Targets done well can absolutely focus effort and the like. In the timeliness space, I think the fact that the district court hasn't set a target, the chief district court judge hasn't set a target, but he has set a standard, and that has enabled us across the system to rally around that, and it has unquestionably brought a focus for us that has helped us basically bring a coordinated suite of actions to try and improve things.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Kiwiwhite, I want to thank you and your team. You have faced nigh on 200 questions. I'll just tallied it up.
Whoa.
I think that Andy got off very lightly.
He did. I'd like to offer the committee the opportunity to ask anything of him now.
All right, we'll see you next year.
Well, you'll see me in 5 minutes.
He has to stay.
But well, okay.
We've got a short break.
Thank you.
Short break. We'll be back at past.
Yep. where we will focus our efforts in the medium term, including system stewardship, evidence-based investment, and better outcomes for people affected by violence. So I will almost finish my opening remarks and hand over to Emma. I would just, in closing, say family violence and sexual violence are one of the main drivers of violent crime in New Zealand. The data shows that a significant percentage of victims have experienced multiple victimisations. Family violence is a pattern of behaviour. The cycle is difficult to break entirely. By working together and sustaining our focus, the Executive Board can use a variety of levers across a range of key agencies to improve crisis response, build prevention systems that keep people safer. Emma is delegated day-to-day operational responsibility for the centre. Emma, some of you will have flocked, has just announced that she'll finish up with the centre in March next year. So this will probably be your last time in this capacity to present in front of this committee. I would just acknowledge the huge amount of effort and achievement that Emma has put in and had over the last 4 years, more or less, in this role. And I'll now pass over to Emma, who will also make a few quick remarks, and then we can get into the questions proper.
Thank you, Andrew, and kia ora koutou. It is really great to be with you today because it's so important that we get to discuss these issues. The centre is the operational face and lead of the coordination and at times wrangling of all of the agencies to get on the same page about what's most important, what's going to make a difference, and how we align our action and activity to get there. The centre has been working quite hard in this last year to deliver our new action plan, which was launched in December last year. We've become a lot more focused into 3 core areas of work. One of those is to really understand where we are investing and what that looks like across the whole portfolio. So we've been able to, for the first time, visualise all of the money that's going into family violence and sexual violence in a direct capacity, and start to understand where the gaps are, what that looks like across the country, and what we need to do as a result of that. And I'm sure there'll be a great opportunity to discuss some of that. The other big focus has been on what we call keeping people safe, which is what is actually happening on the ground in community. We seek to work in a multi-agency way here in Wellington, but we have to ensure in community where things are actually closest to whānau that those agencies are coming together with the NGOs and specialists to make a difference. And so we've been doing a huge amount of work this year to strengthen those responses. And so again, I know on our agenda we have a chance to go through a lot of that. The other area of focus for us has been around stopping violence. I would say that not enough focus and attention has been placed to date on the effectiveness and getting it right for the users of violence or perpetrators of harm. And that's the third key area for us this year. One of the things that we at the centre are working to try and achieve as well is to really look to set the standards, the capabilities and expectations of our workforces. And so we've been able to deliver this year a new risk safety practice framework. And next year, early in the new year, we'll be delivering our sexual violence capability frameworks. And so again, a chance to talk to that. The last thing I just wanted to note as well was just like a really special mention to the providers, the workforce, and importantly to acknowledge victim survivors, their voices and the importance of keeping those central to the work that we do. We have continued to partner this year with the Backbone Collective to continue to seek voices, experiences of victim survivors. And if I say nothing else today, and in my time here in my role, is to listen to the voices of those that most matter, which is those victim survivors and their families, and we will absolutely have the solutions to these challenges. So thank you very much. And I just acknowledge also my team and the hard work that they put into this area. Thank you.
Right, now we're going to turn to the audit report. And Mr. Stevenson.
Oh, gosh, the audit report. Yep. Great. Got the letter again. Well, I mean, yeah, you got 3 goods from the Office of the Auditor General. I mean, is there anything you want to kind of call out where you think there are areas for improvement from the audit report, from your perspective?
Well, I think it's been I always find these processes really useful for us. We're ever needing to explain and understand how we do things better in the way that we set up and operate. I think that a couple of the things that we've managed to do this year is really strengthen our risk framework and our risk reporting, not only for the centre, but how that applies to the delivery of the action plan. Our success rests on the success of other agencies being aligned and making sure that we are have the right capacity and capability in place to do that. So that's certainly been something that we've improved upon, I think, this year. Andrew and I are often talking about how to continuously evolve and mature and improve the function and performance of the IEB. You'll note in our questions and answers that we provided you that we are very interested in looking at our performance measures, and we might get a chance to talk about that as well. It's been something that has been set around delivery of the action, stewarding the strategy and ministerial satisfaction. We have our outcome and measurement framework, but getting to the core of the performance of the IEB is probably something for us to continue to focus on.
Just one quick follow-up. Just so we're just all on the same page. Obviously, we've got the annual report here. We've got the board as of the 30th of June in here. Any changes to the board makeup from that? No.
Not.
No. So the board hasn't changed. The board is set in the Public Service Act.
Yeah.
What the board has chosen to do this year is to create a subcommittee.
So that's that was my next question, because obviously we don't have the police commissioner here or the Director General of Health, etc. So maybe just briefly for the committee, how is it then operationalised? Because you've got the board and obviously got the chair here, which is great. But how then is it operationalised? Because obviously you've got other colleagues.
So I'll talk at a board level. We have the board is chief executives. It does include the police commissioner and the like. The board is meeting, I think, 3 or 4 times a year as a full board, probably 3 times a year. We have on a more or less a monthly basis met as a subcommittee of the board, which has been me and Emma. It has been the police commissioner, the chief executive of social development, Debbie Power, the head of Oranga Tamariki, which has been Andrew Bridgman and Jeremy Lightfoot from Corrections, and the chief executive of the Social Investment Agency. So that has been the subgroup. That's been a subgroup because there's been a particular focus on the action plan, where they're the main players, and particularly on multi-agency responses, which we'll talk about a little bit more. So we've kind of recognised that this is a big and complex thing, and health has got a lot, and education. They're all still members of the board. They come together less frequently, but to really just do that checking and some of the more formal work of a board, and do a little bit of scanning. So in the new year, we will be having a discussion as a board, I think as a full board, which will be looking at sexual violence, because that's an area I think where that hasn't been one of the top priorities in the current action plan, but is clearly an issue that is in need of a lot of work. So we will do that at a full board. At a subgroup, we are keeping track of the things that we have to be delivering more now. And then there's a DepSec group, which Emma might talk to, and a number of our colleagues behind us would be present as part of that DepSec group, which works in really close support of the board and of the centre.
That's right. So we convene the deputy secretaries monthly, and some of that's about making sure what's coming up to the board everyone is across and comfortable with and has their hand on. But some of that too is to take away key pieces of work and make it happen. It is a really good clearinghouse, but also a place to, I think, continue to push our ambition and our level of change and the things that we are wanting to push the board on. So when we do that collectively, I think we get there with more of a unified voice.
Good.
Okay, I'm going to Carl, Ms. Bates, and then I'm going to come to Ms. White.
Thanks, Chair. Just talking about the performance reporting, how far along that journey of getting them clear are you?
Yeah, so during the year, we did a piece of work in conjunction with the Deputy Chief Executives to start to look at, under all of the functions of the board, how would we translate those into 2 things? One was, what does a better maturity look like against each of those functions? That's things like our stewardship of the strategy, our alignment on policy, our outcomes, our stakeholder engagement and trust with the sector, because that's really key. So we looked at a range of those areas. And then from there, we also created some indicators. So we've been doing that work as agencies. And then the next step is to take a refined version of that to the board so that they're comfortable with that.
And so when do you think that'll become publicly available?
So we're working on that over the next couple of months. I think there's a window in the early part of next year to put those forward.
Okay.
I think we would then pilot those measures to make sure that they're the right kinds of measures before bringing them into effect sort of next financial year.
There's a couple of other kind of measurement frameworks as well. One is obviously the government's target, the target 4, which goes to the victims of violent offending. Within that, we track the family violence and sexual violence victims. So we're tracking it there. And then there's the monitoring and outcomes framework, which is a publication that we put the first version of that out in about this time last year. It's due to come out every 2 years. We're actually going to do the next one in March to get on a March cycle rather than a December cycle.
Okay.
And so that will give you an overview, which will really present the challenge, are we making the impact at the outcomes level on family violence and sexual violence. So that'll be the overarching one. And then what Emma's describing is being able to be just sharper on the performance as it relates to the specific things that sit in underneath that.
What you're actually doing is
Right, we're meant to be migrating towards strategic direction, but I've got Ms. White.
I want to know about the work with the Social Investment Agency, new player, and you talked about it at the time of the budget, that the centre was working on the Social Investment Agency, with the Social Investment Agency, to align the plan and make investments work. Can you tell me a little bit about that? But before you do, Emma, it's lovely to see you, and I am really sorry that you're leaving. Yeah, thanks for all the work.
I might invite Afra Green to join us at the table for this. I might lead off with it. So Afra Sec at the Social Investment Agency. I might kick off in responding to that, just to recognise the kind of at a board level, the points of connection. The Social Investment Agency is the vehicle where a new, basically the kind of flagship of a new approach thinking about the government's social policy has been carried forward. It's thinking about how we contract, it's understanding what is the investment that is going in. It really is the place where we would be able to remove duplication and get much more effective coordination of services and understand what impact they would have. So that's kind of a bit of DNA that has to be intertwined with what we do in the family and sexual violence space. So that is kind of where it begins. We've done work, and Emma might want to talk about this a little bit more, in that we haven't published as yet, but looks at all of the expenditure in the family and sexual violence space, and you are into hundreds of millions of dollars, obviously, and trying to understand that better. That's a piece of work that we've done very much collectively with the Social Investment Agency as a platform from which we will actually be able to, I think, bring a much richer analysis and deal with some of the problems that I know just from talking to Mr. White outside are really prevalent, that there is duplication, that it's often hard to get things done, that often agencies on the ground are going to be tripping over themselves. There's a lot of the work that AFRA might want to talk to that the Social Investment Agency is thinking about in that space as well. But Emma, do you want to have a first crack at it?
Yeah, and I think it's been really important that we're very transparent about what that partnership looks like, because I know some of our sector and providers are sort of saying, well, how does this all work? And essentially, to the board at the beginning of the year, we're really cautious to not race into adopting too quickly a social investment approach, perhaps where it wasn't going to be effective, or where we needed to really retain particular ways of operating or services and supports that were really fundamental to safety first. And so we have taken a few months to really understand that picture, which is really where the baseline review insights information has come from, to get that really good picture. Where the partnership works well is that Social Investment Agency are developing the tools and the approaches around outcome-based contracting, making much sharper the data-led and insights sort of visible and measurement and progress monitoring against interventions. And so we sort of our role is to steer where best practices, where I guess also really to call out the watch outs and to, be cautious about certain things, and then to work together to say, well, how can we use the tool set to advance better outcomes, particularly for key groups within, family violence and sexual violence. I know there's been a lot of focus on children and young people so far in terms of those new investments, and that's really critical to our outcomes as well.
Yeah. I think Andrew and Emma have covered quite a lot. The core areas for the Social Investment Agency obviously are in creating the tools and frameworks for other agencies to use, and that's what we've done, particularly in looking across the investment in relation to family and sexual violence. And then with the Social Investment Fund, the cohorts that we have the Social Investment Fund ministers have selected, we take a deliberate view of what is the long-term investment picture for those cohorts and how are they impacted in a range of ways.
Yeah.
Now, we'll move on. Did you want social investment?
Actually, yeah, I'm happy to leave the audit stuff and I've got two supplementaries on this. If that's
On
okay.
social investment?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
we'll
I'll
take
come
that and then we're going to
back.
come back.
Yeah, good.
Okay,
So I'm sure
just
we'll be
for the
along
new
the line.
members, I want to complete lines of questioning and then we come back to a new topic. So, social investment.
Fantastic. Thank you all for being here. The annual report notes that the centre has been focused on social investment, and we know there's been that work done with in partnership with the Social Investment Agency. And priority one of the second action plan is investing and commissioning well. And the phase one review of past spending is now complete. So what lessons were learned in this review, and can we expect to see any new or different commissioning or budgeting in the future as a result of this?
Yeah, so that first phase review was done between both our agencies, and it was one of the first sort of cabs off the rank to start to say, how might we apply some of the social investment outcome sort of tool set to our area. So I just want to note it was a desktop exercise. It wasn't going out and deeply evaluating each of those services. But what that helped us to see is always more work to be done to understand effectiveness. But we can start to see that there are certainly programs and services with a clear theory of change, a clear line of sight for who those services are for and the kinds of outcomes that are being intended. Things like child advocates and women's refuge were demonstrated to be, well positioned, ensuring that we had stopping violence services for boys and men, and a range of other sort of areas that needed to be supported. Multi-agency responses, as an example, were shown to be effective in parts, and no doubt we'll talk a bit about that. And then there were some other areas that were identified that it wasn't because they were failing, it was just there was not enough evidence at this stage to tell us that. And so I think what we've learned, one of the big things is that you can't just look at the dollars, you have to look at effectiveness at the same time. We are probably less strong in available data on effectiveness than we would like to be, and we need to continue to build that. We've kicked off an evaluation, for example, into multi-agency responses on the ground to start to bring those voices through to understand how effective they are. So we have taken some of that and brought it through.
Thank you. So can the sector be sure that no reductions in service provisions will occur as part of the reviews? And what provisions has the centre made to ensure that the providers are being kept informed? As you said, trust is so important about the intentions and approach, so that we don't have a similar situation to the Oranga Tamariki contracting disaster.
So two questions there. One is that our role is to make visible where the spending is, to give guidance and advice to the board about where best to prioritise and give effect to best value for that funding. The individual contracting decisions still remain with the individual agencies. And so I think that's probably a continuing point of discussion and tension at times. Then secondly,
Just before we move on to the second, one of the things I would note is we were chased around a bit by this committee last year because of decisions. There was debate on some of the decisions police had taken, debate on some of the decisions Oranga Tamariki was taking, and the question was, what are you doing about it in the centre? And so that's a little bit of this tension that Emma is alluding to. I don't have, neither does Emma, decision rights over what all of the individual agencies are doing. We have agreed, and quite formally agreed as a board, a set of protocols about making sure that each CE and each agency has an obligation to inform the centre so that we can be much better placed to understand what those impacts are. But we won't be able to give you an undertaking from here that there won't be any changes to other agencies' contractings that might have an impact on services. Our job will be to make sure we are better sighted on those when they're coming and understand the implications of it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're coming back.
Did you want me to just do the trust bit, or
Sorry?
did you want me to answer the second part?
Okay. And then
Thank you.
that's what we're doing. Social investment.
So one of the primary ways, so we have a number of networks and communication channels that we do communicate through. One thing that we've done we have a systems working group. There are about 50 to 60 people that we convene monthly to bring together from all facets of the sector. We've run some joint sessions between SIA and the centre about exactly that, lifting the veil. What's the partnership? How are we working, and what can they expect to see? Yeah. So appreciate early on it was probably a little bit misty for people, and now we are, as I say, working much more. As I think each of us has got more clear about those roles, we are communicating that.
Great. I just want to ask about the new. Look, you had the little subcommittees and they met and they talked about how there was going to be a commitment to sharing information. And that seemed to me an interesting, I'm taking your points about your role advocating to ministers, but sharing information seems quite passive in some ways. It's not saying, tell us when you think there's harm going to be done.
Yeah, so the protocols that we've set out for the board have a range of things. And one of those is not just to inform, but to consult and demonstrate implications and impacts. So if a decision's being taken, particularly around contracting resourcing, it might be in terms of the function of an agency's role when it comes to family violence or sexual violence, that's needing to come with an impact sort of assessment done against that as well.
I love the idea of multi-agency things like this, but let's take a couple of real examples. One is the police withdrawal from family harm incidents. And that, can you tell me how that would work with this? And another would be the issue of a ban on homelessness. Two examples that are very current that may well impact on the levels of violence that are taking place.
I might answer it in a general way, and then I'll get Tasha to talk specifically to the police one. In a general way, the board subcommittee is meeting right alongside the social sector chief executives, and so there is a clearinghouse of opportunity to talk about are there new things presenting, new issues arising that we should collectively be concerned about. If there is a decision taken on homelessness, that you wouldn't necessarily expect that to immediately come before the board. You'd want to, we would, to be honest, would want to see what the specific implications of it would be. The centre might get consulted on some of the cabinet papers that were going up and would be able to put a perspective in there, as would other agencies. But it would be through that sort of standard process. But I wonder, Tasha, do you want to talk about the police? Because there was an issue last year. I'm sure it's an issue now, but in terms of
I'd be in real trouble if I didn't ask you.
No, kia ora, everyone. And thanks for the opportunity. I think language is really important. So withdrawal isn't the right language. So when we adopted the risk harm attendance framework, we actually did a pilot, as you probably know, in September 24, and then it was rolled out in December 24. So like a lot of change, you need to be really confident and clear on why you are doing it. And, you know, the reality is we have to ensure family harm is a significant issue across Aotearoa and has been for a long, long time, which is why we've done things like ISR, and we've really challenged ourselves in the multi-agency space, and to your point of absolutely sharing information. So the reality is with high demand and volume, you just have to make sure that every agency is doing an appropriate first risk assessment and then appropriate service to what's required. So if we are talking about the RHA, I really do, you know, it is not a withdrawal. And my evidence of that is that we have an additional 7.7% of family harm, which we have said are P1. So P1 is the highest response in prioritisation that you can get from a 111 call. It actually means that there is no bigger priority. You have to have available calls and you must attend. So again, since we've made this change, it's 7% increase. What we assure everyone, though, is that we don't just leave calls for service. We prioritise them, we triage them, we push them back into the districts, and then we look at what is the appropriate thing to do. And a large percentage of those will actually go to multi-agency tables where they can have a very big look at the whole family and everyone's information that they know.
Okay. Just clarification. Since this reprioritisation, I think you said that your responses to priority 1 family violence incidents has gone up 7%. Does that suggest to you that not attending lower level incidents results in more priority 1 very dangerous incidents?
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
Why not? What's the cause and effect there?
Yeah. And Dr. Webb, I love that you are interested in this because, of course, in your area we have ISR, and I know you've been and had a look at that, at how effective it is. So no, I wasn't saying that at all. What I was saying is when we're doing a P1 and we're getting the information, we will make sure that we attend wherever there's a breach around the criminal justice proceeding, around PSO or any warrants. We're looking for harm. If there is any indication at all that there is harm to any persons or property, we will absolutely attend.
So why is there a 7% increase in those kinds of most serious incident?
Well, we'd have to say, and we have done an initial evaluation, we'd have to say that because we've also enhanced the training of the call takers and we've really challenged ourselves on making sure that we're asking the right questions at that time and seeking the right information, that actually we are in a far better position from the risk assessment framework to really ascertain quite quickly, both looking at the past history but looking at what's being presented at the moment, to actually decipher if there is immediate risk or immediate breach of any criminal justice proceedings, and we must attend. So we are viewing it as actually good cholesterol to make sure that those who need us in that moment, that we are doing a P1.
So you're saying that you're attending more, there are more P1 incidents because you're better at detecting priority 1 incidents?
We would say that that is definitely a factor because, I mean, it's no different if we look at the agency and what one of the key priority is around training the frontline services and workforces. This would be a natural thing that we would expect.
So you can assure us.
Oh, sorry, if I can just finish. The more we train and the more we ensure that people are understanding the nature of family harm, which again has been a significant factor for a long time, this is what we would hope to see.
So
last one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that indulgence. So notwithstanding the fact that there are 7% more priority 1 incidents, you're saying that this is because you pick them up better and not because there are more dangerous incidents occurring. That seems to be counterintuitive.
No, it could be possibly an and I'm not going to discount that. But what I will say is whenever we have seen a focus on training and specialisation and a risk matrix, we are better at then applying a graduated response model and ensuring appropriate service, opposed to every single call we get for family harm, we have to attend when we've got a significant demand for service.
Okay, so we've done the police call out to family harm events. I want to move on, or have you got one more on it?
I've just got something where I want to try and zoom out and look at it in terms of this agency. In a situation which is very controversial like this, how does this agency respond, this centre respond to the need to actually assess all of the impacts of something like, and I don't want to use the word pull out because you'll hate me for it, but
I won't hate
something
you.
like this change in policy by the police in terms of the multiple impacts of it. For example, one of the things that really worries me about it is police aren't there to pick up the risk to children in this situation. And there may not be any other agency picking up that information in domestic violence situations where a child is present. So can you tell me, how does this centre then deal with the fact that it's got that kind of new policy?
Okay, good question.
So there are a couple of things that we did earlier on when we understood that police were re-looking at their framework and also, you know, wanting to, so largely around the country, police have stepped in when no one else has to orchestrate and lead multi-agency responses, which has seen police both be the first responder and the coordinator and the administrator and so the centre, in terms of its more proactive stance, at least a year ago, sort of wrote to the board and said, as part of our work into multi-agency responses, we also have to understand the role of police, importantly, and how we start to design for a future where we adopt frameworks and adopt different ways of practice, and start to design that into the new model. Ideally, police perform their role as they should in their lane, and then others can pick up other parts of that response. I've written to police to say, you need to bring this to the board. The board, you know, there are discussions at board.
The board's had several conversations about
this.
With both the previous and the current police commissioner, where they've explained their approach to it and with a range of reassurances about what is happening and what isn't happening.
Right.
Yeah.
Does anyone collect, is there any oversight of those consequences afterwards?
We're not measuring anything specifically as a result of, you know, we're not sort of assurance over police. We are certainly, as I say, looking at the effectiveness of multi-agency responses, which are not all of the police call-outs will be going to those tables, but we're certainly looking at the evaluation and monitoring of some of those results and building better frameworks to understand what's happening. You can appreciate around the country right now, it's very diverse in the way that some of those responses are happening.
Can I come in here as well, if that's okay? So firstly, you know, every single day with our staff that are going out, and you're right, going in possibly more homes than any other agency, without a doubt, our absolute focus is on the welfare of children and identification of any children that could be at harm or at risk. You know, I've been around 34 years and to be quite frank, it hasn't changed. Here today, we have 7,500 investigations for child protection. So that's here today. When we do change, you are quite right. We have to be really considered. We have to think about the other agencies, and there is always an impact of change that we have to be acutely aware of. And that is the reason why we are currently reviewing the risk framework, and we're challenging ourselves to ensure that we are actually focused on getting all the information we can on children. We've also just agreed, the Commissioner has put in place a senior oversight group for family harm for ASA and child protection, and which I chair. And we are looking across the board to make sure that we're challenging our training, our frameworks, basically everything we are doing on quality assurance. So I'm certainly not going to sit here and say we are perfect, but what I will say is we are actively challenging ourselves to ensure that we don't drop a ball. So
first of all, I just want to say I respect the work that police do, and I have good relationships in my own area with police, and I know how hard some of these situations are. But we have a situation in this country where children die far too regularly. And these are situations where police are no longer. So in fact, this is Dr. Webb's point, that in fact by not turning up, there may be an escalation in the situation. But my point is, I'm worried that we won't know about these things until we see them in our homicide statistics. So it's a serious issue for everyone, and I totally appreciate it's really hard.
Yeah, and just on that, sorry, if you don't mind, you're quite happy to tell me to be quiet if you want me to. Look, I think I love these things because I often find we're just in absolute violent agreement on the same issue. But I do want to make a point. The response that we do around the framework is but one thing. So it's not just left there. You know, this information goes out to districts where they're assessed. If there is a determination that we should then respond, it goes to multi-agency tables. When we put all the information together, we get a far broader picture because this is episodic. It's not an incident. So that's the first thing. One incident doesn't actually tell you the whole picture that's happening in a whānau. That is the imperative importance of the work we've been doing for years around ISR, around Whangaia Ngā Pāharakeke, about working with the agencies to get the episodic total picture. So, you know, yes, the response is one part, but our work together to establish what is actually happening and then have a plan around it, which is why I think we've got 29,017 or 13,000 family safety plans is so important. But anyway, that's enough from me.
Right, I'm going to go to Rima Naka and then we're going to go to a new topic.
Yep, so this is supplementary. Thank you, Mr. Chair. From what we were just touching on right now, our babies, our children being killed. Far too often, and it's a very big black stain of our country. How frustrating is it for you, Deputy Commissioner, in your role as a police person and our agencies, that almost all the time, in most of the situations, we're met with adults that were in the household that refuse to speak? How frustrating is that in terms of, one, addressing what happened, and two, making sure, trying to stop it from happening again?
So firstly, your field promoted me. I'm acting, not the actual deal. But it's not frustrating. It's actually heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking. And from investigating these files and being there, one child is one too many in this country. One child is one too many in any country or any area. So, you know, this is why we have to have a movement. This is why, to your point, yes, adults know and sometimes agencies know. And we've been on this journey for so long. And, you know, that's why I will confidently say the work that we've been doing over years around this multi-agency space is the only answer. We have to have campaigns. We have to have people feeling confident to pick up a phone and tell someone, because what we know is child abuse is silent. Child abuse lives in silence. We all have a role to play. So, yeah, I wouldn't say frustrating, but I'd say absolutely heartbreaking. And we just got to keep going. We got to keep going and not politicise any of this. We've got to keep going with the work that we have to do. Yeah.
Well, I've got a bill to that effect.
I've got a new question.
No, I'm going to go back here for a new line of questioning.
And I've got a new question.
Then I've got there.
Oh, I'm third then.
It's a three-line of questioning,
Third
but
is
I
lucky.
have picked a question so that there is a joiner. And that is the issue of the strategy not having in it a separate strategy around children, which is something that I wonder whether we should be looking at, because we have, I can see that to have the strategy overarching is good, but there's nothing here that focuses specifically on children. And I just don't see why not, given how different some of the issues are for children, but also how they would feed into each other.
Maybe from a board point of view, I mean, the children, to be honest, are at the heart of all of this. So, I mean, the children, impact on children runs right across the board. It's in all of the actions. It's in all of the things that we are doing.
Can I
Can
I comment? This is not something that I've magicked up. This is being reported back by some of the big providers for issues around women's violence. They are saying that the children's part of the strategy is a bit lost.
Okay.
So,
Yep.
in the action plan, so that's the one from this year to 2030, we've got 7 focus areas, and one of those is children and young people. At the moment, it's one of the focus areas where we say agencies taking action. Now, that's not to say that it doesn't become a future dedicated and, clear focus.
Yeah.
Under the keeping people safe area, so that's all of the multi-agency responses that we've just been kind of talking about. There are a couple of things there. One is we have identified the critical components or conditions locally that must be true in order to create a safe multi-agency response. And one of those is that they are victim, survivor and child-centric. And we are currently have a specific work stream of work happening to look at the package around children to both make them visible and ensure they are protected within the multi-agency response. The board is about to agree. Getting them while I can. Is about to agree.
You promise anything now.
Is about to agree our high risk protocol, which is a protocol that all multi-agency responses will need to adopt, which centres and has specific capabilities, process risk around children. It's something that we're looking to first off bring into the multi-agency response. The other piece of intersecting strategy is the child youth strategy, which has clearly one key area around reducing harm to children from a early intervention and prevention perspective. We absolutely need to do more to bring all of this together, and the Dame Karen Patasi recommendations absolutely centre around for child safety. We're leaning into that, particularly around the workforce training. And also there is clearly a piece around the multi-agency and joining up with Oranga Tamariki, and so Darren and his team in their enabling communities work. So it's just not clearly put together. And I think what you're saying is we need to see that visible so we know what we're aiming for.
Okay, and as you point out, it's on your list at number 4, and the 3 that we're focusing on are the 3, but it doesn't mean the others aren't happening at some level. And
Absolutely not.
Absolutely, it's very hard,
Huge amount of effort going into those others. But one of the strengths of the action plan is it said, let's actually not try and do everything all at once. Where we've got interagency effort that we have to bring to bear, we'll focus that, which is why there's a focus area in this.
Okay, I'm going to Ms. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really keen to follow on from your comment around what you would expect to be consulted on. So as part of the coordination and accountability functions, the IEB has formalised the requirement that it be consulted by member agencies on any decisions which could disrupt the family violence and sexual violence system. So what does this consultation system look like, and how is disruption to the system defined? Because you talked about housing, that you might not be expected to consult on that, but of course housing is a huge predictor of family violence. And obviously things like the budget cuts to Oranga Tamariki and cutting up the safety and prevention organisation. So what would you expect to be consulted on?
There'd be 2 levels of consultation. I'll get Emma to talk to it as well. At a high level, there's the sort of consultation that you would do between departments when there's a policy change coming. So if a cabinet paper is circulating on homelessness or alcohol laws or whatever it is, there would be consultation across agencies, and the centre would get consulted in that, as would the Ministry of Justice and others. We have put in place a specific set of protocols. If one of the agencies that's part of the joint venture is about to do something that will have a kind of a material and sort of direct impact on the work that they are doing in the family violence and sexual violence space. So that's absolutely when police is changing their practice around how they triage incidents. You would expect that when we've had correspondence with the ACC where they're changing some of the funding decisions that they're making, we would expect them to bring that to us and have an opportunity for us, which would happen through Emma's team, to go back and discuss it with them. And so that has been a mechanism that's been working. Did you add anything?
Yeah, I mean, people are getting more into the practice of doing that, and operationally, it's coming through to us, and or CEs are writing to CEs to give that advice. There are times when Andrew has had to write to CEs to say, hey,
what's going on?
This is a surprise.
So I just have 3 more supplementaries on this. So For example, worsening costs of living pressures have been cited as a reason for increased needs for family violence services. It's well known. Would the centre expect to be consulted on decisions that may result in creating the circumstances in which the violence is more likely, for example, benefit sanctions? Or you're just talking about directly related to the sector?
At a high level, yes, there would be, if there was a benefit sanctions thing or something, I suspect that cabinet paper would come to the centre much as it would come to the Ministry of Justice, much as it would go to the Ministry of Education and whomever. And agencies would choose whether they were going to provide any comment into that. That's kind of just a regular part of the policy making process. An issue like that wouldn't trigger the sort of protocol that we've been talking about. If MSD was aware of some changes to the benefit space, I would expect as the Secretary for Justice to be consulted, but I wouldn't expect to get a specific notification as the board of the IEB for that.
Thank you. That's giving a bit more of a clearer picture. So because this arrangement has been formalised now, so there's like structures in place. So what happens when agencies make a decision that do cause disruption to the family violence and sexual violence system, even after consultation has informed them of this outcome? Like, what is the next step after that? So, you know, for example, with this inquiry here, there's been safety care agencies lose their funding. What follow-up steps, if this was in place when this happened, what follow-up steps could you make if they went against your recommendations? Because recommendations and advice.
Well, and that's the nature of this structure. Is I as chair and Emma as chief executive, or even us as a board, don't have the decision rights that apply within the different agencies. So if they raised it, there would be some discussion that would happen between Emma's team and the team from the agency. If there were concerns there, it would get escalated at least to the chief executive level. There might be a discussion at the chief executive level. There would probably be, and in the police case, we did have discussions at a board level where police talked about what they were doing and the sorts of things they were putting in place to make sure that this change in practice wouldn't have a negative outcome on family violence. If someone was choosing to close down some contracts, you would expect that to be brought. And my expectation of that chief executive would be that they would then take the concerns that we had into account. It could get escalated to the ministerial level as well. The key thing is that the mechanism will bring transparency to it. And then, to be honest, we still would rely on the orthodox approaches to decision making. So it would still be a decision that would be taken by cabinet or by the responsible minister. And I think that's, there's well north of $700 million worth of expenditure goes into the family violence, sexual violence space. Emma doesn't have any direct levers to control that. She can identify where it is. She can understand some of the shifts that might be occurring and make sure that that's part of the discussion. But it still will come down to the people who are the vote ministers who are charged with account. They'll be where the accountability lies for that expenditure.
Thank you. My last supplementary on this. So do you think that the IEB needs to look at being able to go further, to have that teeth? And do you think that that was the intention when it was set up, to be able to have a bit more than just consulting advice? Was it being able to hold these agencies to account for the longevity? Doesn't matter which government the government of the day was, that there was really enduring focus on prevention of family and sexual violence. So
no, I'm sure it was never the intent that there'd be a veto power or that the actual levers of control of this would be held in the IAB, and the cabinet paper will bear that out. It's still an entity designed to bring transparency, to make sure issues are fronted so that a conversation can happen. The net result of that conversation may still be a reduction in a program or whatever it is, but it will be a decision taken after it's gone through this process.
I've got one clarification
Yeah,
here
just
from
the
Ms. White.
clarification about the role of the minister in this. So if you have something like we've had the issue over OT and its contracting and the loss of money to some of the services like the North Shore Women's Centre, etc. And there was scathing criticism from our various bodies, the Children's Commissioner, etc., and then a scathing Auditor General's report. What role, when something like that happens, what role does this group have in informing the minister about the dangers of what has just occurred in terms of finance?
Well, the kind of key call will start with who's actually got the decision rights.
Yeah.
So in the police example, it's actually the decision rights are with the police commissioner. So certainly we would be keeping the Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence and Sexual Violence informed. We may have a conversation with her about whether she should be writing to the responsible minister, whomever that happens to be, and she
Happened to
might
be
then
her.
do that. Beg pardon?
It happened to be her.
Well, in the case of Oranga Tamariki, it was, and so I know you've already had a good conversation with Oranga Tamariki around a lot of those issues. We didn't have the current protocols in place now when some of those decisions were taken,
So
and that
this
was one of the
letting
reasons
each other
that
know.
has prompted
Yeah,
us
got you.
to have them. But
Thank
you'd still
you.
have it'd be entirely possible. So what would happen? There have been discussions. We do a modest amount of funding in the Ministry of Justice. If we were going to discontinue some of that funding, I would let the board know. They would ask me questions like, well, geez, why? And what have you done? And are you sure that, and I would explain myself. If there was a lot of concern around it, I'm sure Emma would take it upon herself to inform the minister, Justice is doing this, these are their reasons. There could be a bit of fallout from it if that's what the centre thinks. So that would happen, and then the minister would have the choice of engaging with another minister.
They could advocate strongly.
Pardon?
They could advocate at their level.
They could.
Yeah.
So, since you want to say something.
I better join the meeting for Oranga Tamariki and respond to some of those questions. So, although we had our day on Tuesday, we'll have another
I think we need
today.
to.
So just a quick part on that. Before decisions were made around contracting and funding, a paper did go to Cabinet. So Cabinet decisions were kind of presented to Cabinet prior to any decisions that Oranga Tamariki made around contract changes. The focus was on utilisation of contracts. A clear statement was made by the Minister in direction that funding around utilisation had to be priority, focusing on core work and business that's going to meet the needs of children, but no funding in family violence could be moved away from family violence. So any changes to contracts that were not being fully utilised or we did not think were meeting the needs of children may have been adjusted, but overall, the total amount of money in the family violence for Oranga Tamariki remained intact.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Now I'm going to Mr. Stevenson. We've got about 15 minutes left on strategic direction, risk, safety and practice framework, hopefully somewhere.
Well, kind of. I was going to, yes, we'll do my best. Thank you.
Just
Thank
talking
you.
about those words.
Thank you for coming to the table. And again, I don't think we should shy away from actually, because I want to get onto results and outcomes. And again, there's a lot of conjecture about why different changes are made. But I think in the case we've just been talking about, it's actually to try and deliver better results and outcomes. So I just want to move on to that topic. And in fact, in response to Mr. Bates before, you talked about the fact that you're working up some new performance measures and outcomes, etc. Has any thought been given? Because again, obviously, we've got, this is a cross-agency effort, but has any thought been given to actually embedding whatever those become? And you said we'll get to see them shortly, hopefully before you leave. I don't know, but that's anyway. What thought has been given to actually trying to embed some of those in each of the individual agencies and departments you're working with? Because that's what's actually needed to get a collaborative across government effort. We actually need, justice and police and OT to actually be at least working on one of two of these shared things together. So
Look, I think that's a really good advancement. accountability, if nothing else, has got to be, I think, the way. Engineering accountability at every layer of the system for this has got to be key, right the way down to the front line. At this stage, in terms of the work around performance measures, those would be things that the board would adopt, and then we could look at how those were perhaps given effect to through individual agencies or CE performance. Certainly Andrew has KPIs around his role in the board. There's no reason why you couldn't start to look at other ways of doing that. And certainly it's true with my colleagues and as the DCEs. The outcome and measurement framework is also the way in which the board is held to account for progress. Now, appreciating that measurement framework is measuring the strategy, and it is long-term. And so looking to highlight different measures within each agency would be key. Getting that strategic alignment between the strategic intention of the organisation and family violence is going to be really key to seeing that.
Just another plug. The Financial Expenditure Select Committee is actually looking across government at performance measures. And so again, I don't know if you've had any input to that, but I would welcome that, because there are only a few, your board being one of them, there aren't so many cross-department boards like this, and we actually need to see more of this, because one of our, I'm making a huge statement, but one of the issues we've got in government is there are actually too many individual departments working on individual goals that aren't well connected. So,
I think that's right, but it's not a panacea, I would say. So for something like this group, it's actually hard work doing this stuff across the agencies, totally accept and it comes with a bit of cost, and it comes with a bit of bureaucracy, and sometimes you feel you're railing a little bit against that. But the benefit of it is, if you have something like the monitoring and outcomes framework, it can give you a sense, something to navigate by. It can create the space where you have the conversation. What are the things that we're really going to put the effort into and do? Within that, you then have a conversation about where are we putting our focus now. The strategy Te Rere Kura is a really good overall guide. The action plan has set out the things to focus on in the specific term. But we've particularly said, as a board, let's spend our coin on the things where working together on something will make a difference. So one of the really, I think, impressive things that's happened through the board is the work around training. The centre did work with the sector on what the right kind of training capability framework was. We've now trained over 10,000 staff in how they recognise and respond to family violence. The risk work that we've already done and that is underway now is another way. If you have all different agencies assessing risk in a similar way and triaging, you're going to get much more effective working together. I think understanding the overall spend, which is the stuff we talked about when AFRA was at the table as well, gives you an opportunity to ask the question, are we really getting value for money out of these hundreds of millions of dollars that we're spending here? Is there duplication, and can we take it out? You can do that much better if you're having a conversation with all the CEs around the table at the same time. So I think in terms of getting to the key performance spaces, as a board, you've got the big outcomes framework. You've then got to be really clear about what are the areas where we think it's worth our while to be working collectively. And then you do monitor against those areas where you've got a collective purpose and a collective action.
Okay, we will get to performance reporting, but we're going to have one last question around strategic direction.
I just want to know, have there been any other emerging issues and trends that you've seen in the last year, and ways that you think government can combat those?
I mean, I think when we talked last time as well, I probably raised online harm as one of those areas which not only is emerging, it's accelerating, and it is an issue that the board is interested to understand more about from the centre's perspective. And so we do have some work that we're just doing a bit of scoping to understand what, if anything, what role we might play there. Obviously, again, not holding all the legislative levers, that we don't have that, but certainly as a board, looking for some fresh advice there. I think it's absolutely right, and we understand, as other members have identified, is that when you experiencing more hardship complicating factors within whānau, more complexity. I think it's safe to say that complexity and picture of violence is getting more challenging. I don't think, also my final thing is, I don't think we give enough rise to all forms of violence. So we get quite focused on physical violence, and absolutely at the very pointy end of the triangle we should, but that exists within a much broader suite of coercion and control and manipulation and power dynamics, which are just as or more disabling for people than necessarily physical violence. And so I think part of our challenge is trying to give rise to all of that complexity. And I would say that that's here and now. That's not sort of coming at us in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go to Ms. Carter, hopefully about performance measurement.
I would love to talk to you about performance in terms of trust within the sector. And we've already alluded to this before. Did you see how I used the word performance?
Yeah, very good. Well done. I've given you a big tick.
So I want to talk about the genuine partnership with tangata whenua. How does the centre, formerly known as Te Puna Aonui, and we know that name was stripped from by the Ministerial Advisory Group, who gave it to the centre because they felt like that name was not being upheld under the current minister. How do you see the current relationship with tangata whenua partners following that wrap-up of Te Pūkotahitanga and their reclaiming of that name, Te Puna Aonui?
We have within the centre some key capability dedicated for Māori Crown relationships and ensuring enduring partnerships for change. So we have a team within the centre. I have a Kaihotu Director of Māori Outcomes and Community Partnerships. What we have continued to do, so kind of two things. One is we have continued to implement some of the initiatives from Pūkotahitanga. So under that advisory board, a number of initiatives were started and we've continued those on. One of those is the Toiwara framework, which is an outcomes framework. And we continue to work in partnership to create tools and accessibility for that framework for frontline providers, community and groups. We're continuing to do some work to map the online harm ecosystem for Māori and working to do that. The other key area that we're focused in on is through our multi-agency work. It works best when iwi and community-led. And so we have partnerships now with Ngāti Kahanunu in the Hawke's Bay to look at implementing our new ways of operating around multi-agency, and similarly in Tairāwhiti with Manaaki Tairāwhiti, which is under one of the runanga there. We also have work happening in the far north there's a police partnership with Te Hiku, which is called Whiria Te Muka, which is a partnership to respond to family violence. We've done something a little bit different in that we have a role within our centre who is funded by us, but is part-time with them and part-time with us. And so we're starting to, so sometimes in these partnerships, you say, well, what are you bringing to the table? And at times that is putia, absolutely, but at times it needs to be capability and ways of working. And so that's one of the approaches that we've taken in that. So for me, it's been about pointing our those relationships, not just at a relational level, that's important, but actually in an implementation on the ground space as well.
That's fantastic. One supplementary, thank you. So how much did it cost to disband Te Pūkotahitanga and rebrand as the centre? We did a PWQ that said it didn't cost anything, but I just wanted to put that question to you because it didn't compute in my head when rebranding. I know that does cost money.
Yeah. So we were really clear at that time to not look to incur cost around that. couple of things we had to do was to lodge a domain name. We now prevent FV, SV. We actually already had a domain name of that from previous iterations, and so we didn't have to incur costs there. There will be time into the future where we might want to create, banners and, pull-ups and those sorts of things when we're out and about. We have chosen just to pause once we've got our new name, getting used to all of that. We've updated our signature blocks and we've updated our website, but we've done that all through our baseline funding.
All right, so we're going back to Miss Clark, Miss Bright, sorry.
Helen will do. I want to know, you've got the outcomes and measurement framework, and that is supposed to show tangible effects of the work. But the website doesn't have any tracking, and it hasn't since the 9th of, the 9th of December 2024. We just checked again. What's going on there?
Yeah, so we've been reporting quarterly to ministers. We haven't put those quarterly reports up on our website.
Okay.
What I've just signed off on just this week is a sort of a wrap-up report of the year to demonstrate progress against milestones, what's been achieved, what hasn't been achieved, although there's nothing there that hasn't been achieved, and sort of a bit of a wrap up of the year. So that will be communicated next week.
Right,
yeah.
Next one.
The annual report states that it will continue to monitor delivery of the action plan via quarterly reporting milestones. Those are what you're talking about.
Yeah, so we provide monthly to the board and the DCEs, and then we turn that into a quarterly to ministers, which goes to our minister, and then she sends it across to her colleagues.
And do we get to see it?
Well, you've raised a really good point, and I don't see why not. So we could absolutely look to introduce more frequent reporting in terms of.
Can you maybe just come back to us and confirm whether
sure.
this is
We would
going to be
love
covered?
to. Yeah, that would be extremely useful.
Yeah.
In terms of our big stats, sorry, is that okay? In terms of our big stats, like our homicides and our levels of violence, do you think we're measuring sufficiently, and are you measuring against those big stats? Given we've just had the WHO report come through, it's horrendous in terms of New Zealand's violence rates. Are we doing that big picture measuring?
Maybe I'll kick off in the first instance, because the best source for that information, the most reliable information of all of the offending is actually the crime and victim survey that we do. And so we are obviously putting that information up, publishing it quarterly and doing deep dive analyses on it. That does give us a sense of the violence that occurring, both reported and unreported, because of the methodology that is used for that. So that, to be honest, I think that's something of a gold standard in this space, because of its comprehensive coverage. You then also have reporting, obviously, about what police does and what goes through the courts.
So you're happy with the measure that we've got there?
Yeah.
Are we measuring against it, and are we going up or down?
Well, we've been tracking in terms of the core measure. It's part of that target 4, and that, like the rest of target 4, went up, and it has come down to, I think, a bit lower than when it was. Do you have those numbers? But yes, the short answer is we are absolutely tracking against that, and we're tracking and observing how that is moving. And it's part of that good overall positive trend that is coming down, though I think that, to be honest, the family violence numbers have come down less steeply than some of the other.
This is a detail.
Have you got the numbers?
I can tell you that in terms of adults victims of family violence, it's about 2.3% of all adults, and that has generally remained stubbornly the same.
Static for a long time.
We are seeing, though, in terms of the quarterly results under target 4, there is movement in those numbers, and it is coming down slightly. I can grab you that stat, and we can perhaps send you that table through just to
Can I
ease to
ask
that.
a detailed question on this? With regard to sexual violence, we've also seen and this is really just people I'm talking to, a huge movement in the area of rough sex. And one of the issues that I've got is that they're not, according to people I talk to, they are not presenting to our rape clinics. They are presenting to A&E because they do not consider what's happened to them as sexual assault. And we have a whole lot of people blurry on what sexual assault is. How does that interplay with the actual picking up of the trend and the issues out there?
Yeah, I know in terms of the crime and victim survey, whilst I'm not sure if it goes down to that level of specificity, it does name the examples of what might have happened to you, because it's often people will say, no, that didn't happen to me. And then when you tell them well, did any of these particular things happen? They say, yes. And so people are not equating what's happened to them with actual sexual assault or rape. You are absolutely right in that the norms around sexual connection are changing, particularly for young people. And one of the things that we are focused on is ensuring that the workforce can pick up. So, for example, in those EDs, do we understand those signs, and do we understand where we might make a warm referral to the right kinds of services and agencies as well? It certainly is an area of focus. And as I say, early next year, we'll be publishing the sexual violence capability frameworks, which will start to identify what people should be looking for and understanding that. So I think it's a really important topic to raise because it is changing the norms that we're seeing.
I guess one of the interests I have here are the comments from Ange Jury about education being an absolute priority. And particularly in this area, where I'm not sure people even know how dangerous some of the things that are going on are.
Absolutely. In terms of rough sex, choking and strangulation, there is really good evidence to show just not only in a family violence context that strangulation is a key indicator for future lethality, but in terms of rough sex and strangulation and choking, that is becoming more and more common practice, but can have absolutely severe consequences in terms of health outcomes, brain injury, PTSD, a whole host of things. So what we can do is help to shine a light on those pieces of research and information, and think about, in terms of education and training, particularly for young people, what are the harms and issues there.
Right.
I could give you some of those numbers that we were just
that'd be great.
Just before. So when we started off with the targets, the number that was the sort of the beginning baseline was 76,000 for unique victims of sexual assault. That got worse initially up to about 88,000 and has now come down to 74,983, just under 75,000. So it's come down from where we began, but only a little bit. In family violence, the number at the beginning, October 23, was 44,599. That's now dropped to 40,622. But the point worth acknowledging for this committee, and the sobering stat, is that because the other numbers have come down further, the proportion of the violent victims of violence that are victims of sexual assault has actually increased. So the absolute number is lower, but it used to be 41% of victims. Now it's 51%. And for family violence, at the beginning it was 24%. It's now 28%. So the absolute number is coming down, but we've made more progress in other areas than we have in the sexual violence and the family violence space.
Right, we're going to have one more question on performance, and then we're
I'm going to
going
wrap
here.
two that are about numbers together. So you've received no new funding in the budget for 2024. How is that challenging what you can do? And then I want to know specifically about Project FETU, because I understand that you said that does require additional funding.
Okay, let's have those two.
On the first one, the centre itself didn't receive new funds last year. They were along with most other agencies, to be honest. The bigger, broader picture of what's happening in the funding of sexual violence and family violence goes to all of the different programs that have been undertaken in different areas. And that gets you, I actually don't have the numbers of how that has shifted.
Is that the north
from
of
one year to the
700
next.
million?
But overall, you're talking much bigger numbers. And the part of the work that we're doing in the investment analysis and working with the Social Investment Agency is very deliberately trying to identify where is the most effective spend across that area.
Okay, so
And so the second bit, we haven't done the second bit.
Project Better, how much will you need? Have you put a business case of cabinet?
So there's been something of a journey on FETU. What is really, FETU's got a couple of elements to it. It's at its heart is actually what's the operating model that we need to do multi-agency response in place. So what is what do we need in terms of making sure that all of the different agencies, including some non-government agencies, are bringing information that's relevant to harm to those tables, those responses, and working out where it plays. So a big part of FETU is coming up with that operating model. Alongside that, we've been asking ourselves, what's the technology solution and what is the opportunity to roll out a technology solution? Where we're at now on both of them is in a position where we're most likely to take more of a prototyping approach. So we won't be seeking in the coming budget the funding for a full-blown technology solution across the country. We'll be looking to prototype this different way of working in locations and understanding what the information needs are of that as we carry it forward. Would you add anything to that, Em?
No, I think that's absolutely right. We've what we are doing into the new year is taking the non-technology improvements, though, to two key sites, Hawke's Bay and Tairāwhiti, so that we can start to implement and test what that looks like. Part of the impetus, and I think it's a really good one, is that we should be re-leveraging existing technology rather than buying and building something standalone and new. And that's something, again, for agencies to work through.
I suspect you want to say something.
Can you guess what it is? No, I just came up because I was sitting there going, shall I come up? And I was breaking out in hives. So I decided to come to the table because the rough sex conversation, because you're right. You know, we have women and men and young people who question whether they've even been sexually assaulted. And, you know, it's consensual or it's not consensual. It doesn't matter how rough it is to a point. And so I think that's a really important point. And we have generations. It's not just young people. You know, we have so many, we've got 5,700 active investigations at the moment, and we know that is not the totality of the reporting. So the point you raise is very, very valid. And that's why we have to have multiple points of entry to our systems, many of those through NGOs and other groups. So people can actually ring and ask without judgment around, this is what's happened to me. Can I talk it through? So sorry, but I did literally break out in hives. And
Don't go
anywhere. Thank you.
I think you make a really good point around consent, right? And I guess my question is, and feel free to just say it's too, you know, don't feel able to answer, but do you think there's some kind of mismatch between the way the law and the way we frame consent in our law and the way we expect to operate? Is that something that needs work?
I just think this has been an issue for a long time. Look, at the moment, I believe the legislation is pretty sound around it. It's just the interpretation of it. I mean, literally, you know, people victims sit there and they are actually asking you, you know, did I do this, or I'm not sure, or this happened. And people actually don't know the threshold of when it becomes, you know, I didn't want this, but this has happened. And so all I'm saying is we need multiple avenues for people to be able to come to have really safe conversations at any age about this is actually what happened to me, and talk it through, and then just establish what pathway they go down. And so, yeah, I apologise, but just when we're talking rough sex, I think we need to be really clear on what we're talking about.
Now we're going to move, thank you for coming to that. Now we're going to move on to Ms. Carter, We've
Thank
got
you.
the last bit about multi-agency collaboration and service gaps.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I want to talk about
Multi-agency.
Yeah, multi-agency, absolutely. Well, I do want to talk about some of ACC's funding. How's the centre been monitoring the progress relating to sexual violence? While it's not the priority area, of course, I know you're still very focused on it, noting that the sector has long called for greater dedicated focus and resource to ensure ongoing buy-in and continued funding. And I've got 2 supplementaries. Thank you.
Yeah, so there is continued work in the sexual violence space, and one of the things that has happened more recently is the joining up through the Safe to Talk portal between, so that's funded and run through MSD, and then we have the ACC Sensitive Claims Pathway, which provides an alternative place for people to go get 24/7 advice, counselling, support over the phone, but also creates that pathway into ACC if that's something that they choose to take up. So that's one of the things that's been happening this year, sort of, under the agencies taking action. There have absolutely been a number of reports just recently shining a really important spotlight into sexual violence, and it is something that the centre earlier in the sort of last quarter has picked up a piece of work to look at sexual violence prevention and bring some specific advice to the board on that. In September, I brought to the board a bit of a, hey, you need to look at 2 key things, and one of those was sexual violence and one of those was online harm, and the intersection between those 2 things. As Andrew says, 50% of all those victims are sexual assault victims under violent crime. So that is key for us. I would envisage that into next year, a series of more concerted actions will be designed and developed and taken forward. The other thing that the centre is doing is we have a partnership with Tornest, which is obviously the peak body for sexual violence specialist services. And we've been working with them on this idea of understanding what all the barriers are within the system, but also for victim survivors, and then through the centre starting to validate those and work out solutions for them. We continue to work with Tornest on the development of the sexual violence capability framework. So there are things that we are doing to push on the sexual violence issue. But as I say, I think post sort of early next year, we'll start to see some more refreshed actions.
Okay.
Thank you. I've just got 2 supplementaries here. So Hikatea for Our Future, ACC's Sexual Violence Prevention Flagship, had its rollout discontinued because of ACC funding pressures. We know of providers who were reliant on this funding expansion continuing so that they could continue the work in the regions. They were relying on this. Was the centre consulted about this decision? And is the centre certain that the 11 of the 16 regions without this funding have adequate sexual violence prevention programs and alternative funding available to plug this gap?
So in terms of Hikatea, my understanding is that after the first 5 locations and providers, they were looking to evaluate and understand what the impact was before rolling out further. So that was sort of part of the decision making. The centre understood that they were thinking about that and then learned that those decisions had in fact been made. And so that was one of the really good examples where the board was perhaps not notified early enough, but at the same time, there was discussions had and understanding of some of that rationale. So that was there. I have met with some of the Hikatea providers, and it looks like a really great undertaking. It is something, though, that will take some time to really, particularly as you are working with networks and bringing local community together, determining what is going to work best in that community and then taking that forward. I think that the time frame, I think it's a 3-year time frame that they are working to in those contracts. That is really important that that time gets taken. I would say that I'm not aware of other new funding that might be available for other communities for sexual violence prevention, but certainly I'm very interested to see how that community mobilisation approach through Hikatea, where that evaluation comes and how we might, support future rollout when that time comes.
Thank you. My last supplementary here is MSD's 1.7 million Safe Strong Families funding was ended for its 14 sexual violence recovery or treatment services. And the Minister for Social Development has confirmed this was not for duplication reasons or under-delivery reasons. Was the centre consulted about these decisions and its rationale? And is the centre concerned that the removal of this funding will hinder progress on addressing sexual violence, just like the rough sex example that we've been speaking about?
Yeah, so about this time last year, the board got some advice about what funding agencies were thinking about perhaps reprioritising or considering. One of those was the services that you talk about, and Mark from MSD is here, so you could probably...
This is your moment. You waited all this time. Have a glass of water. No, we're going to get you a glass.
And so the advice at that point was that looking to reprioritise toward prevention, and that contracts would be extended to cover a period of time to allow for some of that decision making. But that decision making ultimately rests with MSD and their minister on that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, do you want? This is your moment.
Yeah, just sort of some historical stuff around it's funding that's been around for a very long time. So it had no sort of deliberative investment plan or really had any service guidelines about what that funding was about. So we wanted to reprioritise that into something that was actually going to make some difference to the sector. So what we've just been consulting with Tauanese, the peak body, about what that reprioritisation could look like. And we're just working through some of the options that we've been working with them on, and we'll soon try to make a decision about where we reprioritise that funding.
So these 14 sexual violence recovery treatment centres didn't have these KPIs there. But they were reaching their goals of the performance and delivery that they were contracted to do, but they you deemed them ineffective before stopping the funding, or is that a retrospective thing? I just am really concerned about there being a gap now because...
Okay, now let's get the answer.
Thank you.
Yep, so we're just looking at how between, the reprioritisation, so that they come to the end of December about what we can do once we work out what we can reprioritise those terms.
No, but I think the question is slightly different than that. You keep talking about reprioritisation. I think you were asking about effectiveness, and I think we're getting at that aspect.
No, there was nothing. There was no, like most services that we have service guidelines. We're really clear what the outcomes we want to achieve for those. Those services didn't have any of that. So there was a natural end to those contracts. So we thought we needed to make sure that they were invested into something that was more specific, was going to have some outcomes. So
is it likely that some of those will be rolled over, but with more clearer service levels?
Yeah, probably into something more specific. So Tauanese are very keen in putting things into preventative work that they do out in communities. So that's
okay. Right, I'm going to Mr. Buckle because there's no chance to have a question.
Thank you. So you did touch on earlier about this 10,000 staff, I think, or like providing that training, specialist training, and that training will be probably through OT, to correction staff, police staff. Where are you at with that? Because it's an ambitious goal to have that done by January 27, because mine that's 13 months away. So one, where are you at? And do you have enough people on the ground to actually give that training? So how's that all progressing?
So, yes, it turns out we've trained a lot of people already, just not in the exact time frame that we've set ourselves. So to this point, about 10,800 frontline staff in those agencies have in fact been trained. To be really clear, we are helping to support that training. We are not doing all of that training ourselves. Each of the individual agencies do their own training. What we have done, have taken their training and mapped it to our frameworks to say, let's uplift the quality of that and drive and make sure that it's happening at the right level.
How do you manage to get that consistency? You're setting...
Yeah, so it's been a significant amount of work to look at their training, to work alongside them and their learning development teams, and to literally map all of the modules and the things that they are doing back to our capability frameworks. We've also identified, so our frameworks run from essential skills all the way up to expert skills. And so not every worker needs the expert skills. So we've been able to help them to map the different roles in their agency to the right level of training that they might need. And so then have been rolling that through. Yeah, the 10,000 by Jan 27, ambitious, important to keep that really focused for agencies. What we're doing at the moment is just gathering from agencies exactly what their forecasts are for that time period, but also looking at MSD and also through health to say, beyond the statutory agencies that we've talked about, who are some of the other agencies with actually really key frontline workforces that we want to do this for as well. So we don't want to just limit ourselves, and it's just about being adaptive within
Can you
the
give me a
plan.
bit of a feel for how long it takes someone to train to the level that you're required? Like, is it 3 months, 6 months? What's actually involved?
Yeah, so it depends really. Different trainings are offered in different ways. Sometimes they can be in-person training or online. I know for the police, it's a pretty significant set of training. I don't know if you've ever been to the college out there and seen the domestic violence training that occurs. It's pretty real world and very, very good. And so depending on what your role is, say in corrections, it might be more intense and long than say for another role somewhere else. It can range from a few hours to a day to a week in terms of that. Again, as I say, trying to match role to intensity and capability is really important.
Right,
I'll get one last one.
Yeah, cool.
So what does it look like once someone gets to the level? Is it a certificate? What is it? What is that something that they hold on to? How do you?
Yeah, this is.
What's the achievement standard?
I mean, certainly within each agency, they will have recognition of that training. From our perspective, it probably is one of the future areas for us to really consider is would we start to credential those, the training qualification or capability. Just taking us back to the risk safety practice framework, we have been working with Toitu Te Whaiora on actual qualifications and micro-credentials to support the frameworks, and those are sitting with NZQA right now for evaluation. So we are starting to venture into making this more, robust in terms of something that people can really show for their efforts.
Right, we've got a couple of quick steps on training and then we're going to randoms.
Thank you. I've just got something. Thank you. Randoms. So we've seen an increase in training for police in line with the changes in the call-outs, for example, but we're also seeing an increase in need for family violence services. So like the 30% increase for Waiariki Women's Refuge and the 58% increase for Shine in Auckland, is the centre seeing any particular pressure points in the workforce and is further work needed to ensure there is adequate capacity in the right places?
Yeah. Couple of things. One is we are doing an annual workforce pulse survey. So we are asking, going out to the sector and asking about capacity, capability. Have you been trained in the last 6, 12, 18 months? Where some of those challenges are. When we've gone around the country, particularly, as I say, we've been under that umbrella looking at multi-agency responses, but you do start to really uncover at a local level how things are operating and where some of those gaps and pressure points are. And so we've been able to understand some of that. Where I think we have some capability gaps is certainly around systematic use of risk assessment and risk capability, which is where I think these tools are, this is a beginning and it's helpful to have and start to roll that through. This won't necessarily make complete line of sight sense, but having really good governance and leadership locally to convene and ensure that dedicated focus on performance around family violence is actually really, really key to part of this as well. And so making sure there's capacity and capability around local governance and leadership around how things are working. And there are continuing challenges and capacities, and I know it sort of was on our list to talk about, and I'll weave it in here a little bit, is just those really vulnerable populations. And so we know for disabled people, particularly women, rainbow community, Pacifica ethnic communities, and for Wahine Māori in particular, that violence is can manifest in different ways, but also requires quite a specialist and different response. And that will be another key gap and area of pressure.
All right, thank you. Now we've got
I
Ms. White.
just had one more, Mr. Chair. I did ask for 2 supplements.
No, we're going to go into randoms after this. Let's finish this.
Still catch it. And this is a mixture of random and that anyway,
We're talking
because I
about
want to know about the sexual violence courts, which were, I understood it, an area where there was training given, quite a lot of training given to judges, but also registrars on the impact of delay. I was concerned to hear that they had stopped those sexual violence courts, even though they've been made permanent. I have asked, and I've been assured they're still around. Is this the kind of thing where the Department of Justice and the courts would come to this new centre and say, this is what's up?
Well, why don't we find out whether it is up?
Yeah, no, we still have the sexual violence courts, and if we were to change them, there will be a judicially led decision, because they are judicially led initiative.
And no decision's been made.
But look, as far as I'm aware, we still have them.
And it's an example of good training, I understand.
Yeah.
Great. Question 1 done. I've got 2 more randoms.
Right, we're moving into random. So get ready. Right, Kate, you can have 2, and then we're back here, and then we're going. Then I'll go to Remo after this.
Okay.
Right, let's go, Helen.
Throw the papers away, right?
Next random is housing.
Anyone want to come to the front desk?
Women and housing.
Random answers.
Yeah.
I went to the Women's Shelters Conference, and one of the things that shocked me was the turnaway data with regard, it was Canadian research, which said that 70% of the women that are turned away from women's refuges are women without children, and that most of the women turned away from women's refuges never come back. They go back to violent relationships, never reappear. Can you tell me, is there any work being done in the area of housing for single women? And my other one?
No, stop on that. Do you want to come back to us on it?
Yes, I think that would be wise. I'm not sure. I would need to perhaps talk to our own refuge networks to understand what they're experiencing at that front door, and also in terms of additional housing. I know that there has been work between agencies looking at the needs and prioritisation of women who are leaving violent relationships. But that is something that perhaps we could provide you with an
Yes,
answer.
my feedback from there were 40 women from New Zealand at the conference, I think.
Yeah.
And my feedback was, yes, that's true. They turn away single women because they have to prioritise children.
Yeah.
Makes sense. There are much longer waiting
What's
lists
your,
in all countries.
what's your
and
next,
places.
what's your next one?
Second one is trafficking. We have got new changes in the area of trafficking. I'm thrilled to see them. Can you tell me how you're incorporating that into your work and what part you have to play and what you think of it?
Yeah, so talked about this last year at CEDAW as well, just in terms of trafficking. And I think, importantly, making sure that it's being recognised as that regionally and domestically, but then also making sure that we are tracking and monitoring the statistics through that. The centre does not have currently a piece of work that we're doing to focus on trafficking, but it is part of the broader sphere, and understanding those issues. As I say, in terms of our prioritisation, it's unfortunately it's not one that we have live right now.
Right, we're going to Ms. Narkley.
When we spoke this annual reviews last year, Emma, it was very clear that that everything was quite nebulous in terms of how we're going to unpick everything and find that common ground going forward. But today I see that you've got quite a good command of the gaps and of the links and things like that. It's a shame that we're seeing you go. In terms of that difference from then and now, what would you say are the biggest things that you've taken out of from back then and this is now?
Yeah, I think one of it's a blessing and a challenge, because when you pick a couple of things to focus on and you have to say we're not picking up that other one and we're not doing this other thing right now, it's a really hard line to walk because everything is urgent and important. And I don't say that lightly because I fully believe those things. So it is a really hard thing to just prioritise and pick a couple of things. I think where we've been able to get significant traction is getting out of Wellington and getting more out into the regions and partnering. As I say, we've gone to 12 regions this year to develop system improvement plans for those locations, particularly around multi-agency and how they're operating, and come to work with them on what is working, what isn't working, and what needs to happen to take action. Very practical. And we have also, I think, got clear about our role in doing the design, the setting the standards, creating the tools, and then looking to implement as we go. I really think that having the subgroup of the board on speed dial, and every month to help make quick decisions and keep the wheels moving and keep that pressure on has actually also been really helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, last question.
Thank you so much. Just want to say thank you so much for all the work that you've done. My colleagues at CEDAW, our friends speak often about us seeing that Waiata in Geneva. They were like, wow, and it comes up over and over in our brain. But yes, thank you so much for the care and your smarts and that eagle-eye view that you have of the whole system. It has been so wonderful. So I just wanted to ask, are you coming to the end of your tenure? Is that right? Or have you decided to resign? And is that in part due to the leadership of the current minister?
You can ask Parliament. You can ask whatever question you like.
Am I answering that? No. Yes.
Well, look,
I can talk about
your co-leader.
No, stop it.
We asked the same question.
Feel free to answer that whatever way you choose.
Yeah, that's a fair response. Well done, Nick.
I wanted to just be clear, for me as a CE, I'm not on a term. So it's evergreen. I've been in the role now for 4 years. I came to do a thing. I feel like, and based on some of the comments today, I feel like I've done the thing. I also feel like, and Andrew and I often talk about this is a bit of a tour of duty. It's not a long thing that you do. I'm really really proud of the things that we've done, but also looking, there's always a freshness and an evolution that can come. And I'm hopeful for another chapter that is the next calling for me as well. Always in the system, always trying to push against broken systems that need healing, but perhaps just from a different vantage point.
All right.
Can I just say something there, because it's an opportunity just to acknowledge Emma as well. I've recruited a couple of times into this role, and one of the comments that I make to the candidate when they're looking like they're the successful candidate is that I think this is one of the hardest chief executive roles in government, and I absolutely hold to that. I think Emma has kind of staunchly soldiered through the last 4 years with a huge amount of achievement, wrangling the system, but it's really hard. The subject matter is hard. It's hard because you don't have direct levers of control, yet there's a lot of expectation around delivering it. So I think focusing on the things that we should be doing at the collective level, with the connections that have become very evident just in the answers Emma's been given today about how well grounded she is in the sector. It's a huge credit to her, and we will miss her enormously. But I would never hold someone to longer than the 4 years, say, that she has spent in this job. It's just a really, I think it's one of the toughest gigs in town.
So I'm going to thank you on behalf of the committee. First of all, to you, Mr. Kibblewhite, you've been in the chair for 5 hours. That's a sterling effort.
You deserve a drink.
Emma, I just want to say on behalf of the committee, thank you very much for being here today, but also for your long service. We wish you the best. I'm going to change the meeting slightly because I'm conscious we've got Mr. White in the back there. What I'm going to do, hopefully Lindsay, if you don't mind, is that okay? I'm going to
hang out with us a bit.
Just do that now before we move into private session. So, do you mind if we just allow Mr. White to come to the table and we'll hear his petition? And then we're hearing the summons. Yeah, I realise that. Yeah. So if you just, rather than you leave the room and go back and forth, right, Billy-O, we'll just do this. You're okay, Mr. White? You're prepared, I take it? Cool. Right. Now we've got 10 minutes with you from memory. That's good. Do you want a glass of water?
Oh, I've got plenty here.
You sure? Okay.
Yeah, I'll have a quick sip.
Right.
I feel sorry for you because now you've got to do a complete mind slip as to what I'm going to say to what you've been listening to. Simply because I'm talking about prevention. Okay?
Yes, please.
Yeah. I was awarded my medal for my work on the prevention of family violence, and I wear it today to honour all those lives lost and the joy for those that I got out in time. I would much prefer to be at home enjoying my daughter's company than being here with a medal and no daughter. So let's make these minutes count for something. Let me quote Bishop Desmond Tutu. At some point in our lives, we have to stop pulling people out of the river. We have to go upstream and find out why they are falling in. And that is the nub of prevention. It is a safety net on the banks of the river. It is not the ambulances at the bottom of the cliff, because prevention has failed totally if all you do is pick up the casualties. Surely we can all agree that New Zealand has a major problem with our very high rates of family and sexual violence and suicides at all ages. So why are we making such a mess of preventing this from happening? We are, after all, only a country of 5 million. How come we're missing it? That is why I ask for urgency in my petition. We have lost far too much time in talking and writing reports and taken no action to stop the next baby from being kicked to death. I want to point out, before I go any further, that the police, I think, get 20% reported of all crime. Was it 20% still? Roughly. I work in the 80%. So I see everything that the police don't see and don't hear. And so my comments are from the people that don't get reported, the people that come to Pam and I. This is what must happen, in my opinion. Number one, have the courage to recognise suicides that are linked to family and sexual violence and add those deaths to the direct deaths from the violence of family and sexual violence. There are some countries already doing this, including a couple of states in Australia. So far, no family violence minister here has had any appetite to do this. The numbers would leap from an average of 30 deaths a year to over 330 because of suicides. That would make it a major crime. And this family and sexual violence needs to be treated as a major crime. Recognition of cause needs to happen along with the recognition of the people who thought the only solution was to take their own lives. The country needs a real shake-up when a 9-year-old boy takes his... That was last week. I have read the 3 years annual reports of the Centre for the Prevention of Family and Sexual Violence, or Te Pūnuanui as it was previously known. To me, each successive year, and keep in mind I ran a business and I had to do my accounts, each successive year is a schoolboy's cut and paste job of the year before. Over those 3 years, they have received $63,461,000 from the Ministry of Justice. Nowhere in those 3-year reports will you find any wording that shows any result of how that $63 million was spent. The fact that they also didn't provide a financial statement for those 2 years I find disgraceful. And the OAG needs to look at how $63 million of taxpayer money can be allowed to disappear with no accountability whatsoever. 10 years on, Bill English must cry in his wine from what could have been to what actually is today. There has been no prevention. The simple test for asking about prevention is ask them any street in New Zealand where prevention theories have worked, that they have initiative and have had effect. To me, $100 million gone, a staff of 75, not a dickybird of prevention, and no one saved. We keep talking about what's happening in the deaths. I worry about why we even bother here. 3, I suggest that each of you witness the work of the ISR and SAM table. Watch how each member of every agency there contributes to the case being heard, and how each one of them is logged into their agency's database, and those experts in their field work to find the best solution for that particular case. That is the correct use of confidential and personal information. None of them share it for each other. And I worry that this whole idea of Project Whetu is a disaster waiting to happen, particularly as the information is going to be available to people who are not experts in their field. The data, in fact, is actually quite useless for prevention because cases and statistics are irrelevant when talking with individuals on how you're going to improve their life. Prevention is creating what will be. There is no place for what was. 4, the all-of-government approach that JVBU first began has struggled for far too long for most to now realise that it's not going to be a success. What proved to be a success is the all-of-community approach, where we very much miss the services of Chester Burrows, the National MP from 2005 to 2017, who understood this principle perfectly by being able to recognise what government resources would be of use at any time in any community. His philosophy was simple: help them only with what is needed. Don't bury them with what is not. And that is at the very crux of why there is no direction today. The very opposite should be happening. To me, a very small team in Wellington, even just half a dozen, doing the Chester Burrows work and having the team first out in the field doing the work. The working community is there as a guide in establishing stages only. The sooner the community has its own leadership group, the better. They know their community and people better than anyone else. 5, I was told by a member of Te Rere Kura that $1 million goes nowhere in this business. I'll repeat my offer to you that I made to previous family violence ministers. Give me the $1 million and I will change a region in New Zealand within 5 years. Let me show you what can be done when a community takes pride in itself and accepts the challenge to collectively work to prevent family and sexual violence and give our young people choices that are other than suicide. Look at what we achieved in Huntly in 2014, with a 30% drop recorded over the 6-month period from December 2014 to May 2015, which encouraged Ngāruawāhia to ask for help to do exactly the same. People are hurting out there, and it is only common sense to talk with those who are struggling and finding them solutions. Here is a dilemma for you all, if you will. Have you got the courage to give me the $1 million to go and help Northland? Or are you going to have more courage to tell Northland that you won't fund them to prevent family and sexual violence? Because that's what it comes down to. And that is a region at a certain time last year that had the highest infanticide rate per capita in the world. Even in this room. 6. Today you are considering New Zealand's most common crime. In the time I have been speaking, the police have received 3 calls because of it. 1 in 3 women are a victim of it. 1 in 6 boys under 16 are a victim of it. Babies are victims, and so are the elderly. So those in care and those in prisons, the wealthy, the poor, the gay, the straight, the homed and the homeless, even the people in this room. There is absolutely no boundaries. And you made the choice not to hear their voices. Had you accepted submissions from the many groups who work with these people, you would have collected the widest range of preventive measures to hugely reduce the rates of family and sexual violence that this country has ever seen. By not allowing other submissions, you added to the silence that allows this violence to grow. Why did you shut that door? Why? 7. Lastly, can I please ask you, and whatever decisions you make from today, that you remember the children. They are considered too late, too often, if not forgotten altogether. Can I illustrate it this way? This year began badly. On the 1st of January, a policewoman was run over and killed in Nelson. Later that same day, a child was beaten and stabbed to death in Hamilton. Hands up those who remember the death of the policewoman. Now hands up those who remember the child. Why do we forget the children? As far as I'm concerned, I've seen no effect of the centre out there at all and the people that I work with around New Zealand. I learned a life lesson while doing some work in Rātahi from a 10-year-old boy. The children were discussing their new program with parents saying what they could and couldn't do. Frustrated little Riri said, adults need to listen louder. Have you been listening loud enough to me? I had a daughter. I don't want you to lose yours. How hard are you going to push to prevent the next Helen from being murdered? Do you have any questions?
Well, thank you, Mr. White, and it's obviously difficult to deliver, so I appreciate you coming here. We don't have a lot of time, but I'm going to ask Mr. Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. White. Thank you for your advocacy and making the effort to come and see us today as well. One of the things that you note in your petition is that we as a country are really good at writing reports and holding meetings. These are words that you've used, but they never get followed through enough. Most get briefly read and justifiably forgotten. You've given the example of $1 million and a 5-year result, say in Northland. Could you talk us through what you would do in that 5 years with that $1 million that you referenced? Because it would be great to hear what you could achieve on the ground with something like that.
Well, if you look at what we did in Huntly and what was done in Owakuni and other places, the very first step that was done was to go to the community and ask them. And I mean, you knock on every door. It was a process that was done in Moreira 40 years ago. You ask the families two simple questions. What can we do to change your life in this community to make it better? And what are your skills to help do it? Because we found people who had shifted to Owakuni that was a midwife and they didn't have a midwife because a husband had gone there for an engineering job. We found people that had a myriad of ideas and successes. We had a guy who worked at NASA who had retired in Owakuni, and he brought all of NASA's computers into Owakuni for the kids because they didn't have any. Ask people what they contribute. But most importantly, when you talk to a family in their house and say, what can we do to make your life better in this particular town? They will tell you. And the glory of it is that if you're sitting in a Maori family, you are getting everything from a Maori point of view. If you're talking in a Chinese family, you get those perspective of what is important culturally to them, and you add that into what you do. And when we did Owakuni, when they can put all those questionnaires back together and they sat down, they put it all into what they called their scoping report, which allowed the group of locals who were able then to decide how they were going to go about what they were doing. And they ended up with 5 headings to make it easier to work with. And you'll guess the 5: housing, health, education, employment, and social issues. And they set their targets and they set a 5-year period and they achieved a lot. And to me, the most remarkable one was the pass rate at the school, where they had a 50% failure rate at NZ, the level 2. That went up to 92.9 in 4 years because people finally understood what their kids could do and what their life would be if they had level 2 without it. The social side is getting people together, and there was a whole myriad of projects they did. Last year they brought in a new one in the competition, and they brought euchre into it. How many people here play euchre? Yeah. So you had to teach a whole town how to play euchre, which meant you had to get people sitting down talking that never before sat down and talked together. And that is the crux of it. You have to have communication and you have to have the local people talking so that you can solve problems. Remarkably, Owakuni, family and sexual violence wasn't one of the 32 first projects, but they reduced it by 40% because they got rid of the problems.
Okay, I've got last question from Ms. White.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and talking through this. I'm not usually on this committee, but I have this portfolio for Labour. I want to ask you about the suicide rates and the connection, and why you think it would make a big difference if we adopted a policy of taking into account and investigating those suicides.
Well, at the moment, our family violence deaths, murders, sit around the 30. If you talk to any group that work with suicidal people and you get the analysis of what they do, and keeping in mind we've got over 600 suicides a year, they all say at least half of people considering suicide have been sexually abused, or it comes from family violence.
They would.
And so you take that and make it into one lump sum of putting those deaths together. You are forced to look at a far, far bigger death rate than you are presently looking, and that would shift it up into a major crime, and it needs to get that attention.
And they do inquests, so they're much more aware.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. Been very helpful. We've gone probably nearly double your time, so
that's right. I'm making up for the other submissions you didn't hear.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Now we're going to hear. We're going to do a bit of a swap. We're going to hear from the.
So, Mr. Chair, just to address your criticism, it's not that we didn't. This is our usual process to hear from the petitioner first before we decide what to do next. So we're still open to.
What may happen next?
Yeah. So sorry, I just don't want you leaving the impression. Most committees, when they hear a petition, wouldn't open submissions immediately. They want to hear from the petitioner first.
Well, I apologise,
No,
but
sorry,
I actually asked this committee at a point, why aren't there other submissions, and I was told because they've decided not to.
Well, at this stage.
At this stage.
Yeah, at this stage, so,
Okay, so.
yeah.
So that was,
Yeah.
Right, let's have the centre back up. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. White. All right, yes, please.
Thank you, Chair, and committee members again for the opportunity for us to talk in this. And thank you, Mr. White. I'd like to start by acknowledging Mr. White's tireless advocacy for improvements to the family violence system. We are always better and for efforts of people like Mr. White and dependent on them. I acknowledge the tragic loss of your daughter, Helen Leeds. And I thank Mr. White for generously sharing his experiences in order to make change and prevent family violence in our communities. I'll ask Emma to respond to Mr. White's petition in a more detailed way. Emma.
Thank you, Andrew, and thanks to the chair and the committee for the chance to both be here present to hear Mr. White and to have that opportunity to respond. I was fortunate enough actually to travel to David's home earlier this year in March and hear firsthand his frustrations and ideas for the future and really welcomed those. And I just wanted to continue to extend that outreach and opportunity to continue the dialogue beyond today. Mr. White raises some really critical and fundamental issues for which we wholeheartedly agree. We would all hope for and wish for faster, more urgent progress, and in particular, a greater focus on primary prevention. Mr. White talks of community mobilisation on a scale and level which, really aims to improve and uphold protective factors and cohesion in our communities, which done well and together seeks to disarm and eradicate violence. We do have several primary prevention and prevention programs that a range of different agencies fund and deliver. E Tu Whānau, Pacifica Proud. We've had the It's Not Okay campaign, although I know that has probably not been as prevalent and felt by New Zealanders in the last sort of few years. We too agree, and as does Te Rere Kura, sets out the need for strengths-based approaches and community mobilisation. Those are the two key shifts in Te Rere Kura that speaks to that. What we can commit to is ensuring that we are promoting much more community-led responses and supports and how we seek to enable that through sort of community grants and support. The issue of suicides and the drivers of suicide being really closely connected to all forms of trauma, including sexual violence and family violence, are really important. The most recent Family Violence Death Review Committee, Mortality Review Committee into femicide certainly started to make those links between maternal mental health and suicide. And as the centre, we are continuing to commit to work in partnership with the Mortality Review Committee and HQSC and other places to start to look at what can be done to understand the connection and greater visibility of suicide linked to family violence. We do know for some of those young mothers that for about 60% of them, family violence was part of that history. So Mr. White is absolutely right in raising that with the committee. I'm choosing not to sit here and defend the centre necessarily in terms of our value. I think one of the challenges we've always had is understanding the role which we play, which is often one of enablement as opposed to direct doing in community. Our role needs to continue to work with urgency to ensure that what we do translates into actionable traction and change on the ground and impact to victims, whānau, and community. I'll leave it there. I'm just really grateful for the opportunity. And whilst I'm not looking at you, David, I'm hugely thankful for your courage and commitment. And your continued advocacy. And I'm sorry, we haven't done more and faster.
Right, I've got a couple of questions, probably three. Mr. Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you, Emma. Why is family and sexual violence so prevalent in New Zealand?
Right. There are a range of historical and current state issues that really combine to create violence in this country.
I think one of your colleagues, sorry, has something behind you.
Oh, thank you. In terms of the things that drive and risk factors for family violence and sexual violence, there are a range of things, and I think that's why it's often quite challenging to point to the one thing to solve for. Harmful drug and alcohol use and untreated mental health challenges are definitely one of those. Institutional and systemic bias, racism, ageism, sexism, misogyny, colonisation, a whole range of systemic, long-term entrenched factors that create the conditions for violence to thrive. Poor system responses, quite often the system can harm and create harm just as a perpetrator might create harm. Not having the right social and economic supports available to people to live well and thriving lives, and also a lack of supports for people, carers, whānau and vulnerable people. So those are the things that our strategy sets out as the major drivers of violence. They are intergenerational, they are systemic by their very nature and therefore require an effort on all fronts.
Okay, thank you. Right, Mr. Stanford.
Thank you. And Mr. White, in addition to presenting to us, actually given us a really excellent written submission as well. I'm sure you've seen access to that.
Yeah.
And I think, I think we talked much earlier in our review about coordination. And hopefully one of his other ideas, which he actually references a social investment agency, which you are working with. So maybe again, that would give him some comfort. But another idea, which seems like a very simple one, is life education trust. So again, he very much focused on prevention, which I think obviously super important. Are you working, I suppose, almost at that school and early education level to try and get some of these themes into our young people?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when we start to talk about prevention and primary prevention more universally, it needs to show up in all of those settings in different places. So education settings, absolutely. One of the things that we are doing to bring visibility, so we talked earlier today about a baseline review into the direct spend around family violence and sexual violence and all of those services. One of the next phases of that is to look at all of those indirect supports, services, initiatives that are exactly like Life Education Trust, exactly like other broader parenting programs and supports, maternal mental health, etc., to start to get a picture of those other what we call indirect spend, but those other supports in communities and that government is funding, to try to get a much broader picture about how could we help to orientate those toward violence prevention by their very nature. There are several early education supports and programs, certainly in terms of child protection training and support there. There are in pockets programs around sexual abuse prevention as well. Again, some of these are not widely scaled across the country, but there are places where it is dedicated to young people.
Okay, good question.
Thank you. So with the new family violence, sexual violence ministerial advisory group, do you think that this is something that you would see them looking into? So urgently establishing a nationwide family violence and sexual violence prevention program and include death by suicide when linked to family violence in official stats. Is that something you see as could be part of their work plan?
It could be. That group is a ministerial advisory group, so is appointed and reports through direct to the minister. The centre will be the secretariat support and provide support and guidance to that. So I think that's a really good forum to potentially take this. I think having, particularly today, Andrew and I being part of this process is something for us to take back to the rest of the IEB and board, in particular, the two issues raised through the petition around the adaptive prevention program and the suicide connection with family violence and sexual violence as a matter of absolute course immediately. But that certainly could be something that future advisors look at.
I'm going to ask a question. If you distill down Mr. White's petition, it has two key legs. First one is to focus on prevention. And I think there may be some confusion about your role as an enabler as opposed to someone who, as an agency that delivers, because that's spread across everywhere. And there's probably a lack of transparency. So you talked, Mr. Kibble-White, the figure north of 700 million. So I think having that visibility around the prevention and the effectiveness of that is really crucial, because I think that may or may not address Mr. White's issue around there's not sufficient investment in that prevention. That's the first point. The second point he raised was around the statistics, the accounting for suicides, and why we don't reflect a lot of the suicides that are related to sexual violence and family violence. So we haven't addressed that, but I'm quite keen just to hear your reflections on that.
Yeah. I think as we set out in our submission that there's currently no centrally recorded place for that information. And however, that all family homicides are reviewed by the Mortality Review Committee, and that would be an important way in for us to start to think about that. That again is one route in. It is not that it wouldn't give you the whole picture. I think we would need to take a concerted joint effort to say that was something we were going to do and set up the right information gathering approaches and data collation to help us with that. As I say, I think, as Mr. White has set out, there are some models, particularly in Australia, Western Australia, I think, already start to do this and have able to sort of show that. So there are models that we could learn from.
So I would think that the committee will come to a view, and obviously we're going to have a discussion, but I think the committee would urge you to look at it. It dovetails into what the Minister of Mental Health is doing, because obviously there is a consequence to some of what happens in that process. There's obviously other arrangements. So actually having a wider perspective on it, and again, as an agency, you may or may not be the right agency, but at least maybe the question should be if you are the right agency, how you can facilitate greater access to greater data on that, and if you aren't the right agency, where you think that best be handled. And I think I would urge you to contemplate those two issues. Okay, I'm going to bring this to a close. Again, I just want to acknowledge Mr. White for his contribution. Also to you two and your department for responding immediately. It's not always easy with the petitioner in the room, but I think that makes for open democracy, and actually it's quite good to see some accountability. So thank you again, everyone in the room. I just want to acknowledge you on quite a difficult topic, and unfortunately something that's a nasty secret of New Zealand. And the more we bring it to light and the more we bring about policies that deal with it, we should all encourage that and bring it into the light. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to move, because we've got the Auditor General we've got to have a little session with. So we're going to go into private. So thank you everyone. Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you.